And feel free to, during this course, you may interrupt me, we're going to stop and do questions, but keep in mind, we're trying to do a 45-hour course in 30 hours this week. And generally, it runs over a 2-week period, so you feel a little bit of a break. We're going to do it slam bam, 8 to 2:30 every day. So you may feel a little overwhelmed. If you don't, you probably aren't paying attention. But there is a lot of information. I hope that you've done the pre-reading that was sent to you. If you haven't, you still need to do that. The reading that I ask you to do will always be the minimum amount of reading. The book has a lot of wonderful information that I haven't even addressed, and I won't address during this session. But it doesn't mean you shouldn't read it. There's a lot of other information there in that and the teacher's guide. I started working with Mrs. Spalding years ago, before many of you, your parents were in the couple. But anyway, the first time that I started working with her, I had started doing some private tutoring, and she happened to come to Phoenix. She was 78 years old. And I thought, well, I better go to that training because I've been trained by another tutor. And I thought, well, I should go because she's going to die soon, and I need to catch her while she's here. So I went to the training and found out all the things that I was doing that weren't necessary. And if there's anything I want to express to you, it's be as efficient as possible. I'm going to talk to you the way Mrs. Spalding trained me. I again went to her training when she was 80 years old. She came back and I knew for sure she would die. And so I went again, and I went again. She came back 2 years later. So I've been trained with her on three different occasions. And she didn't die when she was 97. So I don't think she kept training that long. And she had more energy than all the rest of us in the class at the time. That was years ago. I also went to the foundation training, 1 and 2, and the coaching training. So some of you I know have done the foundation training. You'll see that there's some things that I might do a little differently. Some of you have had rigs training. I also did rigs training. We put rigs into the school at Veritas. I'm from Archway Veritas initially. And we started with rigs. We went to Spalding the second year. So there will be some things that are different, but if you do have that training, you're going to see there are a lot of similarities. I'm going to teach you as though you are your 5th grade, your 1st grade, your 2nd grade students. That's the way Mrs. Spalding taught me, so that it becomes part of you. That I'm not just talking about the program and talking about the philosophy and telling you how wonderful it is. You're actually going to do it until it's in you. Okay? And that's asking a lot in 1 week. So don't get disturbed. You'll just go through it and keep doing it. You're going to feel a lot better by this time next year after you've taught it for a year. The first few weeks you're going to feel a little wobbly, but that's okay. Like you're supposed to. You need to have a little bit of apprehension. It's okay. But it will start coming together. And fortunately, this year I'll be able to I'll be on site in each of the schools every week. Well, Cross and Tribune I'll be there for 2 weeks, but at Irritate I'll be there every week, observing classes and helping you preview words for the coming week. So I'm not just dumping you out there and saying, oh, got it. You know, you'll have some support. Okay? So when Mrs. Spalding, for those of you who are totally new, and I know some of you have never heard Spalding before, but the whole method started because Ramona Spalding had graduated from Columbia University, which was probably in the 30s, and at that point in time, that was the place to be if you were going to be an educator. She got out of college and realized that when she started working with her students that they weren't learning as quickly as she thought they were. And she was able to contact a man by the name of Samuel Orton, Dr. Samuel Orton. He was a neurologist. and he was the founder of the Orphan Dyslexic Foundation. He was one of the first pioneers of figuring out what kind of learning disabilities that children can have, or adults. And he took that information and said, okay, this is the best way to process it in the brain and be able to get it back on the paper. So the entire system, everything that we do is multisensory. We're going to be not, some of you are more visual, some of you are more oral, some of you are tactile. It doesn't really matter, and it doesn't matter which your students are best at, because we do it all at the same time. A Spalding classroom makes sounds. They're talking to their pencil, or they're talking to their paper, or they're talking to the teacher. If you have a very quiet classroom during Spalding, you'll see that it's not going to work. Okay, because they're actually speaking as they're writing, so that what they're saying is going into the brain and it's onto the paper. Okay, so anyway, she worked with Dr. Orton and found out about this multisensory approach that would be a better way to teach her children, and worked under his guidance for a few years. And she was actually the reason we have the marking system. She developed the marking system. Dr. Orton is basically responsible for the phonographs that we used. And she used a list from a man named Mr. Ayers, Leonard P. Ayers. So when I refer to the Ayers list, it's not the group of mistakes. It's his name. And it's an order by common usage. So we start out with words you already know how to spell. Your 5th graders know how to spell. Even your 1st graders know how to spell. So we find out why they're spelled the way they are. Okay? So, that being said, one of the first things, before you can even start picking up a pencil, boys and girls, sometimes you'll be boys and girls and sometimes you'll be teachers. We're going to kind of make you but before we can even start, there are things that Mrs. Spalding taught us about the way the body needs to be in order to best be able to receive information. So when you have your classroom, you'll notice that you're all facing me. That's the way your classroom would need to be set up. We don't need pods of 4 people. You need to all be, those children need to be facing that teacher. If possible, the people who are right-handed should be over here so that they're going this direction. And I'll show you about that in a second. The people who are left-handed should be over here. That may not be possible at the beginning of school, and it's certainly not possible with us because I'm trying to group you so I can look at 5th graders and know who the 1st graders are. But that's the makeup of your classroom. When you are in your classroom, children, there are different, we have what some schools refer to as their Spalding position, some refer to as their scholarly position, but all of that is keeping your body in a position that's best able to receive information. Before we can even start, I'm going to ask you to clear your desk. So that you have a ledge in front of you to put all your supplies. You may keep anything you want to take notes on. You can even take notes on your notebook. I will be picking up your notebook, so I want to be able to see what you're doing. But you won't be using laptops. Your phones need to be put away, turned off, not on vibrate. Totally off. I've been in classrooms with 20 to 30-year-olds, and I know how easy it is for you to sit down and still be emailing or texting. But it's all off because you're now in the position of that 8-year-old who only has a pencil and paper and is listed as individuals from your class. And they won't even have water bottles in your class. You can put it by your feet, so you want to have the desk as clear as possible. By the way, you will get a break for 15 minutes. And I'm really pretty punctual. Tomorrow, when we start, it will start at 8 o'clock. So I hope you can be here. I know some of you are coming from but we will start at 8. In you're sitting at your desk, when I talk to those young children, I talk especially a kindergarten first grader. I may not say this to a fifth grader, but I might talk about if you are playing with your toys at home and you play with your building blocks, you know that if you put one block on top of another, you can make a very tall building. But if you put one here and another here and another here, and you put a bowling ball on top, you aren't going to have a building for very long. This is that bowling ball. If you're moved this way, that spine, those bones are moving in a crooked position, you're not going to be able to hold that head up very long. So we're going to have our head tall and our back straight. I attended several kindergarten classes this year. Every morning they said, head tall, back straight, ready to participate. Even fifth graders will say head tall. The teacher may say head and they say tall. Back straight. Your hips need to be toward the back of your chair, but not your back against your chair. Just your hips back, and the feet need to be flat on the floor. Especially young children may not be able to reach the floor. If they cannot, you need to put something there so they can reach the floor. If your chair won't adjust, make sure their feet are not dangling all day, because they're going to tire much more quickly. So the feet are flat. Again, the head is tall, the back is straight, hips back, and feet flat. Okay? And you will be repeating that with your children. I don't work from a script, but there's a lot of script material. There's a lot of things that, because we're repeating, that children are much more likely to be able to remember, obviously. Okay? So, if the position is correct, the next thing we have to think about is where this paper is going to go. First of all, I need you to all have a piece of paper, and I think at the front of those desks, there was some of this paper. If you get that, and everybody take about 3 pieces. That should be important for the next day. The library. When you have that paper, I want you, boys and girls, to think about the railroad tracks. Maybe you've just seen on TV, maybe you've been in the railroad park. But most of you have seen a railroad track somewhere. You can talk about parallel lines if you're talking to fifth graders. And certainly the younger children, it works nicely and talk about railroad tracks. When you are seated and you're thinking about which hand you're going to use to write, the arm of the writing hand, what I'll call the tapper hand sometimes, and I'll explain that in a second, that writing hand should be parallel, like railroad tracks to your paper. If your paper is here and you're writing here, you're not ready. You're not on track. If you're left-handed, it doesn't matter. You're still, your paper is still in line and below the line of writing. Okay? Some of you who are left-handed may be up over this way. I'm going to help you correct that this way. Okay? You're going to be below the line of writing so that we can pull down to that line of writing. Can everybody hear me and see what's going on? Okay? Just let me know if that's not the case. All right, so that's going to be your railroad tracks. When you hold a pencil, you all have a number 3, or excuse me, number 2 yellow pencil. Find that. Because we're not going to use pens, we're not going to use mechanical pencils, we're going to use number 2 Ticonderoga pencil. I don't have stock in Ticonderoga, but I have worked with thousands of pencils over the course of many years, and this is the best pencil you can buy. It's a little more expensive, but it lasts a lot longer. So that's what we'll use, and I hope that that's what you have in your school. If not, you can use a Dixon. You're just not going to When you hold that pencil, boys and girls, is there a lot of weight here? And especially for a kindergarten, first grade class, I would probably talk about, at this point, when I'm talking about the pencil, the pets that they may have. Now, if you know, as a kindergarten, first grade teacher, if you talk about it too long, you'll spend the rest of the day talking about the pets. But some have dogs, some have alligators, whatever. I'd like to talk about a cat. When I think of a cat who is a friendly cat that's purring, just lying there, resting, I have one idea in my head. But if I think about a cat who is not so friendly, who doesn't want me to touch him, and I put my hand, I don't think I'll use you, I think I'll use her. If I put my hand, my arm on the table, and I'm pretending to be that unfriendly cat, I don't want you to touch him. If you pick up my arm here, I want you to pick up my arm, I'm not so friendly. Pick it up. Pick it up. It's like a bar of steel, right? Okay. It's like a bar of steel there. That's not what we want. We want you to be the friendly cat. So if I'm friendly and I'm purring, and you come up, now you make it. It's nice and light, right? That's what you want your writing hand to be like. That, what I referred to earlier as a tapper hand. The reason why I say the tapper hand, when Mrs. Spalding taught this course, and certainly I remember the typewriter. Some of your 5-year-olds will not know what a typewriter is. Some of your 5th graders may know. Some of you may know. But if they all know what a keyboard is, they all know what a computer is. So refer to those things you have to tap. Now magically it appears on a screen somewhere when you tap those figures. But in the old days, way, way, way long ago, when you tapped those keys, there was an arm that came up and hit the paper and tapped on the paper to make the letter that you wanted. You'll have to explain that to many of those children. So if I refer to the tapper hand, I'm talking about the one that makes the impression on the paper. It might be this hand, it might be this hand. I will not be talking about right and left. I'll be talking about direction, but I won't be talking about right and left. But you know which hand you're most comfortable holding the paper, or pencil. That's your tapper hand. The other hand that you will be using is also part of that old-fashioned typewriter. As the tappers went up and went across the page, you had to physically move the roller that was at the top of the page that carried the paper. It had to be moved to get started again. That's kind of hard for some of them to imagine. But if you have an old typewriter, it's really better. If you don't, explain it well. But that carriage, that roller, was also part of the typewriter. That's what your other hand is going to do. It's going to function as the roller, as it would on the typewriter. It's the hand that's going to be moving your paper up and down and side to side. Your tapper hand, the one you write with, will not be holding your paper. It will not be moving your paper. The roller hand will not be holding your head. It will not be scratching your knee. It will be moving your paper up and down and side to side so that all of your body can function. So if you're ready and you have your paper in the position that it needs to be, you have one hand here ready to write. You have the other hand here holding the paper at the top. As you go down the paper, your hand will move because the paper is moving because the roller hand made it move. But your body stays in a position that you have a circle happening. It's not here, and you don't adjust the paper, you don't adjust your body to fit the paper. Make your paper move to fit the body. Okay? So you have those railroad tracks going, you have your tapper hand ready, you have your roller hand ready. All right. We know how light this pencil is. It doesn't take a lot of pressure. I want all of you to do this with your fingers. I want you to take your thumb and your third finger, not your index finger, your third finger, and make a circle. Third finger. With the hand you're going to write with. Hold up your finger, hold up your hand so I can see your circles. Okay. And that right there, I want you to take your pencil and put it between those two fingers, down at the end of the paint. And it's going to rest right above this back knuckle. This index finger will sit on the pencil lightly, but it's not going to put any pressure.
You put your hand underneath the camera, maybe?
Oh,
I
sure.
don't know if that's possible, given your angle, but...
It's possible. Okay. Here's the third finger, the thumb, and we're only using pencils that have sides to them. They are direct. The thumb is directly across from the third finger. The second finger rests, so I have a circle here at all times. I've heard some teachers refer to this as a bird's beak. There is no bird's beak here. This is a circle. Okay, it's not flat like this. It's up. Okay, and your pencil here. Can you see? Okay. If you're down ready to write, there's a little bit of space as you're ready to go. Okay. In order to talk about that, especially to kindergarten first graders, I would talk about a carpenter who uses a vise to hold a piece of wood. He doesn't hold it up in the air and start sawing. He's going to use an arm or a thumb or something, right? So we need something tight to hold that piece of wood. Most of them don't know what a vise is, but you'll explain it. It's a piece of metal that goes over a table, or another piece of metal that comes under and holds it tight. This is your vise. These two letters, or these two fingers. We're going to hold that piece of wood. This is the piece of wood that we want. Okay? All right. At Archway, you all are probably going to have a dress code. And it's probably not legal for little girls to come in with big fangly bracelets. I wore these purposely to remind me to tell you these aren't here, okay? For my purposes, I'm going to put them on the other side. They can wear a watch, but make sure that they wear their watch on the hand they are not writing with. Especially in January, they all come in with their Christmas watches, and they're so proud of them, and they can wear them. They just need to wear them on the roller hand, not on the writing hand, okay? So that may take some convincing, but that's what they need to do. Put it over on the hand they are not writing with. Okay? All right. Let's get our scholarly position again. Head is tall, back is straight, hips are back, feet are flat. Okay. We're ready? In your scholarly position, we can start writing some letters. It took that long. You haven't written one yet. You haven't even put our pencil on the paper yet. But unless they're prepared to do it, you're going to have a lot of things you have to fix later. And of course, they're not going to do that in their first lesson. They're going to talk about it every day of their life for a very long time. Okay? All right.
Margie, so
Yes.
Imagine I'm a 5th grade teacher, right?
Yes.
What if I say to you, okay, this sounds good for kindergarten, 1st grade, but I'm not going to go through this exercise with an 11-year-old.
And I will say to you that I wouldn't talk about the cat's paw. I wouldn't talk about the melted blocks because you're going to lose them. Okay? But I have kindergarten and 1st graders in here, so I have to. But I definitely would talk about the posture, and you could talk about the head. I have a 5th grade very good teacher that I used to sit very close to where she worked. Every morning I would hear when Spalding started, head tall, back straight, etc. Hips back, feet flat. So that they're consciously having to think, yes, I'm ready to learn. All right? If they're leaned over, that's fine. If they're talking on the phone or whatever they're doing at home, watching TV, that's not going to be the best position to learn. Whether they're 5th grade or 10th grade or an adult. I didn't let the headmaster sit any other way when I worked with him. Okay. But it makes you ready to participate if your body is ready. Nasty. Okay. All right. As we write, there are different features of letters that we'll be using, that I'll be talking about. One of them that we'll start with is just a circle. But, all right, I hope you have a clock in your classroom. Not a digital clock, but a clock, analog clock. You can actually see the numbers. Because those children need to understand it's always going to start where 2 would be on the bottom. Come all the way around the circle to touch. So if you look at the clock in your classroom, here's your 2, and here's your 10. The importance of that is always, every time you're making any circle, you'll always start at 2, and you'll always go up to 12. You will never start at 2 and come around to 6. You'll never start at 10 and come around to 2, and especially kindergarten, first grade, because you're going to have to spend some time with that. 5th grade, they already know, you'll have to spend some time with them too, because you will be starting with manuscript handwriting. We'll very quickly go into cursive. We're going to be doing cursive tomorrow in this class. We won't be doing it tomorrow in class in August. But if their manuscript handwriting is good and neat, it's going to be very easy to transfer into cursive or connected writing. Every time you write that clock letter, it will start at 2 and go up to 12. So when you write any circle, it's going to go in that position, never the other way. When you write tall letters, this is my top line. This is my baseline. When you write a tall letter, it will approach the top line, and it will come straight down to the baseline. Everything that we do, boys and girls, will be top to bottom. You will never start on the bottom and go up, ever. You will always start top to bottom. You'll start at different places, but you'll always start top to bottom. Okay? We only have 2 kinds of letters. We have tall letters, we have short letters. Short letters are going to take half of the space of the tall letter. The paper that I've given you does not have an intermediary line, because I know that if I gave you a candy bar, you can figure out where halfway is. So I'm going to take the half that I want. You can figure out where that halfway point is. So that midpoint right here is what a short letter will look like. Okay? It's half the size of this one. Sometimes we have short letters that start at the midpoint and go below the baseline halfway into the next line. Okay? Sometimes we need those letters. You can go ahead and write these features on your paper. Sometimes we have slanted lines that will always start at the midpoint and they will go in the direction that we read and write. Everything we do when we're reading or we're writing will start here and go in this direction. It's the only direction you go. If you are learning Japanese, Hebrew, we'll have to change direction, but I can only teach you English. So we have to go this way. We'll always go top to bottom, and we'll go in the direction we read and write this way. Every time. There won't be any exception to that. When you write some letters, we need a line that goes in the direction we read and write. So we can start here and go straight across. These are the common features in manuscript writing. We'll use all of these again and again. Everyone will start with the clock letter, so that when you make a circle, again, you'll start at 2, come up to 12, around the clock, and touch 2. You'll be able to proceed. Right? So, when we teach Spalding, the difference in this method and most others, one difference, there are a lot of differences, but one difference is that we don't really talk about letter names. We're not keeping it a secret, but you know the names of the letters. As a matter of fact, we want them to know the names of the letters, and certainly in kindergarten and first grade, we want to be sure that they know the names of those letters. I'm not worried about the 5th graders knowing them. But the letters are not going to, the names of the letters don't help me read and spell. The sounds that the letters make are what's going to help me read and spell. So before we can start any kind of spelling or reading, we're going to learn the sounds that all of the letters can make. The letters are only symbols for sounds that they make. Just as if I wrote this on the board, you all know what that means. Money, dollars, right? doesn't say anything, that's not its name. That's what it means though. Just as if you write another, one of the letters in our alphabet, they're just a symbol for the sounds. So, when I show you this letter, we call these cards phonogram cards. Phonograms are just indicating the sounds of the letters again. One letter is a phonogram, so we're going to find that some of them have as many as 4 letters to make the sounds. We're speaking about the sounds. But if I want to look at this letter in a book, or if I want to write this letter, it has 3 separate sounds that it could say. What does this letter say in the word at, class? At. What does it say in the word ate? I ate my dinner. Ate. And that's its name, right? Even kindergarten, at that point, you can point out that's its name. Only vowels can say their names. It's not too early to talk about vowels being able to say their names, because they're only ones to get to. Otherwise, we don't need to know the names of the letters. A. What does this letter say in want? I want to go. This letter may say a, Tell me this, what the sounds are? Perfect. When you write it, make sure that you write it starting close to your margin, but enough room to make a circle letter, so that you're starting at 2 on the clock. It's short. It sits on the baseline with a straight line down.
Did you get your paper?
Yes.
Wrong way.
And I'm sorry about this in the middle. Just tell me every time. Okay.
So can you draw it again?
When you write it, it's 2 on the clock, up to 12, all the way around, touch 2, straight line down. I'm demonstrating it the second time because you asked me to. I would not ask them to make 5 letters and choose which one's the best, or let's practice see how many you can do left. After 1 or 2, they aren't going to think about it too much by the time they get to the system. We want to teach that one right now. We're going to be reviewing these plenty of times, but not in a series of writing one after another. You will never ask them to write their spelling words 5 times in a row. Just 5 of the same word. You're going to be writing their spelling words many times, but not the same word one after another, because the thinking stops. Right? All right. When you see this letter, it can have 2 sounds. What's the first sound that you think of, 4th graders, for this one? And it usually does say, tell me again, class. Okay. It is not cup. Think about, when you're teaching these letters, think about what it says at the end of the word. Say music. Music. Yes, we don't say music cup. Unless we're Italian. Okay. The letter says, but if this letter has an E or an I or a Y after it, I won't tell this kindergartners at this point, but if that letter is followed by an E, I, or Y, the sound may change. What does this letter say in city? Followed by an I. What does it say in cent? I have 1 cent. The E, I, or Y determine what you say. I would definitely tell my 4th and 5th graders, because they don't know. So finally, they're like, seriously, I'm back in kindergarten, give them some information that they don't know, so at least they walk away with something, right? Okay. Tell me. Okay, good. When you write this letter, it's still a clock letter, and that's the reason, teachers, that we're doing it next, because we're writing only clock letters right now. Okay? Right, we're only writing circles. So we're starting at 2 on the clock. I want you to write it beside it. At 2 on the clock, comfortably close, come around, sit on the baseline, up at 4 on the clock. Now, one thing that you're not doing that because I didn't tell you, so I want you to do it again. But this time, as you write this letter, class, I want you to physically say aloud, at least loudly enough for it to get to your ear, it doesn't have to get to your neighbors, but loudly enough that you can hear the sound as you're writing the letter. If you're only writing the letter, you're using your tactile skills, you're using your oral skills, or sorry, your visual skills, but not your oral skills. We want to use them all, because I don't really care. It doesn't really matter at this point which one you're best at. We're going to attack them all. So you must say, as you write, do it one more time. Only this time, make sure you're saying it as you write. When you see this letter, if I'm going in the direction that I read and write, this is especially important in kindergarten, first grade, even second grade. Oh, yeah, fifth grade. But if you go in the direction that you read and write, I see a circle and I see a line. Which one am I going to hit first? The circle. I want you to put your tongue behind your teeth and feel the circle behind your teeth with your tongue. When you say, do. Can you feel that circle happening? If I could drill a hole in my cheek, you can see my tongue tipping up. Your tongue is not flat. The circle is happening. Do. Kindergarten, first grade especially, need to stop before they write this letter. Find it in your mouth. Am I saying do? She said, do I do? I find it in my mouth. Now I'm ready to proceed. I find the circle, then I can write. Is I confused with this? Because I think this is one of the best things that happen with Spalding for young children. I've been in classrooms where they talk about the bat and the ball and the duck going down the river, and so we know which one would be in the DR. Sometimes the bat falls to the wrong side of the duck wants to go. Find it in your mouth, circle, so you're going to start with that circle. When you write it, I'm still going to start at 2 on the clock. This one is a short letter with a tall part, so I'm going to say 2 on the clock all the way around. I touch 2, straight line up, and pull it straight line down. We don't have curved lines in manuscript writing. There are no monkey tails. You're all got cut off at the door. We're writing nice straight letters. This is the closest to what they might see in the print as possible. Okay? Early on, the a off is not the way we're forming the letter, so they can see what it looks like on the printed page too. It may not be exactly the way we're writing it in manuscript. Okay? When you write this letter, it is, yes?
Are we touching the top one?
No, you're approaching it. Yes, you go almost to the top. When you write this letter, it's also a clock letter. What does it say? And make your sound short. If you say ah, you don't say ah. Don't let that either. Keep it staccato. Think about how is it really happening to you. And if you put it, if you test yourself, you put it into the word, you're more likely to be able to hear it. Ah. Okay. When you write it, it's a clock letter. It will start at 2 on the clock, but it's higher. Comes around the clock with a straight line down. Stop. Pick up your pencil, and just above the midpoint, there will be a tiny line that goes in the direction you read and write. Lift your pencil. Do not allow them to make that line and go back and make it again and you're writing it a little darker. I can't quite see it yet. In the direction you read and write, pick it up. Okay? You'll have to watch for that. When you write this letter, it may have 2 sounds. What does it say in go? What does it say in giraffe? Jew. The only reason it says Jew in giraffe is because this letter can change, followed by E, I, or Y. Does that sound familiar? Yes. This letter does not have to change, though. It can be followed by E, I, or Y and keep the good sound. The C will always change to S, followed by E, I, or Y. You cannot say K anymore. This one, keep in mind, if you need the sound J, you can't get it unless you have E, I, or Y following it. Like George has E. Not George. Okay? Only E, I, or Y. I saw some eyes in my left. Good. I gave you something you didn't know. J. Get J. When you write it, make sure you start at 2 on the clock. Come around, touch, 2 on the clock. straight line down, just to the midpoint, come up. Big posters that have the clock face, have the features, especially the early grade level, you may want to get those. You can also put them on board. You don't really need them, but if you think it would be something that would help you, those are available. This letter has 3 sounds. What does it say in odd? What does it say in open? O. It can say O, it's a vowel, it's a letter, it can say its name, O. And what does it say in do? Do you see that? I am not telling you. This letter says O, sometimes I don't. But I would rather you, as that 8-year-old, have to think, so you're already teaching them unique awareness. For them to have to listen to it, figure out what that sound was in that word. Okay? Rather than me feeding it to you. Okay? This is O, Tell me the sounds. O. Okay. When you write it, make sure you start it as 1. And 2 starts up to 12, around, and touch 2 o'clock. It's very important to go up to 12. They can start at 2 o'clock and slide right across and not make it a short letter. Especially when we're doing cursive. Okay? So if you're trained now in manuscript, you're going to go right up to 12 and then you have a nice round letter. This is also a clock letter. It also starts at 2 o'clock. What's the sound you expect us to say? It can also, what's it say in is? This letter says tell me that. Yes, you keep it short. It is not tell me once more. Good. When you write it, you'll start at 2 o'clock, up, come underneath, tape on. As you're introducing these programs to your children, this is the way they'll do it, with the card showing you. Very soon we'll be doing what's called a written program review, oral program reviews, and it's not the same at all. But to introduce it the first time, you're writing it and I'm writing it at the same time. You're checking to see if yours looks like mine every time, whether you're 5 years old or 50. Okay. If you see these 2 letters, they must be together in order to make 1 sound. These 2 letters say, it's very quiet. It is not 12. It is, say that for me? Yes. Say it again. Say it again. Yes. No voice. When you write it, since it takes 2 letters, we're going to leave the space of a clock letter and write the 2 letters that are together. I want you to start at 2, go around the clock. There's going to be a straight line down to the midpoint with a tiny flag that goes in the direction you're going to write. It's not rounded. The next letter will say close, straight line down, and it finishes on the base line. Yes?
Do you have Laura Sargent in here?
Yeah.
Hi, come with me to the Cicero training.
Oh.
You get Margie next week. Thanks, sorry.
Unless you want to work for me, Laura.
No, come on. Quick, Laura, quick.
All right. If you start realizing I don't have skin stopping, as long as keep going. We will have a 15-minute break. That's what they know. All right. Those are your clock letters. You may choose to put them across the board so that it's straight. I want to demonstrate the one that railroad track. Okay. So as you're writing them across the board, great. So you can see, especially but I'm thinking it's easy.
It's the same thing. Are you doing what we would be doing as initial lesson, beginning Spalding. So every classroom is.
It will be the same. Next year, it will not. First of all, you're going to go faster. You'll still review manuscript next year. But this year, I'm showing you exactly what you're going to do in the first week of school. Okay? Kate is going to be on the clock letters for a very long time. You're going to cover everything very quickly. All right? I'm going slower than you will be. But not, can't go so quickly that some of them are back there doing whatever, and they're always kind of really not going to do it. You have to put it up. This is on for them to realize this is what we're doing now. This is the handwriting that I would accept. Okay? The purpose of writing, whether you're in 5th grade or 3rd grade or you're 4 years old, is to make it easy for the reader to understand what you finish. Right? So if you're writing and it's not something that's legible, I'm going to fix it. It's not going to decide. Their job in this early part of their grammar school season, even in 5th grade, especially in 5th grade, is to learn the best way to make this as legible as possible. So we're giving you those skills. Okay? All right. This letter, if you begin, when you begin this letter, if I go in the direction I read right, which is always from here across this way, will I hit the line first or the circle? The line. Put your mouth in a line and say, draw a line in your mouth to start the formation. To make sure, especially the young children, understand it, because they'll say, but, and open their mouth and say, well, I just but. Where did it start? It started with that line. And they can physically feel that line so that they know that's where they're going to start every time. You can train children to become dyslexic. All of us have dyslexic tendencies. We want to do that. We want them to always go in a direction that will work for them when it's time to read. So all of our writing is in that direction also. Mrs. Spalding's text, The Writing Road to Reading, she was not just trying to be cute with that title. It's about writing first before you're ever reading. Too many classrooms, especially early classrooms, try to get them in the books right away because the parents want them to read. They came to school, when do they read? Well, not yet because they're writing. They're learning why the language works the way it does first before they ever have to worry about reading. You're going to be stunned when you finally give them a book and they can read it. They're going to be shocked too. So their parents are already, they're going to have your parents saying, they're reading street signs. I didn't know they could read anything. Because they will be getting into it specifically about it sounds together. All right, when you write, we won't be starting with a circle. We'll be starting with that line. So when you make a line letter, I'm going to start in the next line with a straight line down. I approach the top, straight line down. I will not lift. Back to the midpoint and it sits on the line of right. That's safer as you write. Are you able to see as I'm writing? The verbiage that I'm using, the language that I'm using is what you will use so that they understand what a tall letter, what the features are. So they understand what you're talking about. They understand it. You've said over and over again, it will not go below the baseline. You know what you're talking about. You'll keep using that language. When you write this letter, it makes one sound. When you write it, make sure you approach the top, straight line down, back up to the midpoint, and finish it straight line. I don't talk about that it's going to come down and go 12 and 2 again. I think that's extra information that it's actually more confusing than to demonstrate this grounded in that and consistent. So it is important when I talk about sitting on these things. Okay? All right. When you write this letter, it can have two sounds. What does it say in it? And what does it say in ice? Please don't think that you're going to have to use a word every time. This is just to prove to you I'm not making up sounds, okay? And I certainly don't want you to walk away saying, oh, for at, a, I have to think at, and I don't even know what my choices were, a, whatever. Because I won't, if I do use a word again to demonstrate it, I try not to use the same word. Okay? We're not saying A is for apple, B is for bat, C is for cat. No. It's about what the sounds are, and you are proving to them that, yes, it really happens in those words. They're having to listen for it and feed it back to you. So that they are the discoverers, not you telling them. This one again says what? It, I. Tell me once more. It, I. Good. When you write it, if it's a short letter, it's going to start at the midpoint, straight line down. There's a dot on top. It is not a ball. It is not a heart. It is not filled in. It's a dot. And you can all see mine, right? I barely touch the paper. This lead works really good. Just hit it off, you're done. Not go back and fill it. Okay? You see okay? It's not about reading, it's about listening for the sound. So you won't always use it, and you won't always use ice. You may say, what does it say in it? Okay? So that you're teaching them to listen for the sound. It's not about can you read that word. I don't expect them to. I hope by the end of the week you'll realize I'm not really thinking of what it looks like on the page either. I'm suddenly listening. They don't wake up in the morning and know how to listen for the sounds. You are teaching them right away how to listen for the sounds. I don't think there could be anything more frustrating for a 7-year-old than the parent and the teacher to be constantly saying, sound it out, when they don't know what the sounds are. You haven't given them the tools. When they have the sounds, they have a chance to be successful. But for them to be told to sound it out and they have no clue what they're supposed to be doing, except frustrating. No, that it's really too difficult. Okay. Does that answer that for you? Okay. This letter makes only one sound. What would it be? Very short. As short as possible. There's not a word that ends with this letter, but if you think budge is with that sound, okay. When you write it, it'll start the same place as the short left as the I, only it's going to go to the midpoint below, back up to 8, there's a dot on top. By the way, there's a video on Archway Veritas link. I've worked with Archway Veritas for the last 3 years. And we developed a link on their website that I'm actually standing there talking about precisely how to write these letters. You have to take me home with you, but it's been helpful for a lot of parents to see, are they making the letters the way they're talking. It doesn't have cards, because that would be illegal. It has this training sounds that I'm showing you right now. But it's a source that you can use. This letter makes only one sound. Yes, if you say book, okay, there's no cut. Make sure you take away any vowel sounds you may have been taught. All right? When you write this letter, it's a straight line down. You approach the top, it finishes on the line. You have to pick up your pencil now. At this point, we're going to move away from the letter to the midpoint, kick in, slant in, and kick back out. Okay? So there's a tall part to this letter and a short part. Okay? And you must pick up in between. You haven't had to do that. It's the first time you have to do that. When you write this letter, it makes one sound. When you write it, top to bottom, straight line. This letter makes one sound. And that's when you start at the midpoint, straight down, around, back up, and finish on the line above. You probably all make your letter that way, but not all grade school children make their letter that way. Many of them start at the bottom and go up. Whether you're an aide or whether you're a lead, there have to be two people working in your classroom when the Spalding lesson is going on. This is not your training time. Separate. I'm up here, I can't see what you're doing. But if I had an aide walking around all the time who's also been trained, they could catch it much faster than I'm going to be able at the front. If the aide is at the front, then the lead is walking. It's not the lead gets some time off. It takes two people in every classroom to do this work. So because you, right away, you can catch those problems and work with that child right there. Because for me to write it clear up here, this would be a typical classroom, just moving here. I can't tell what all you're doing, and you're not going to be able to either. But your aide can be back and forth, helping as we go. Okay, so that's why all of you are important in making this work. When you write this letter, it only makes one sound. And for fifth graders, especially, I would do it just like that. They already know that. I don't have to teach them. It's just me. Kindergarten, you know. But if you're sure they know, they don't know half of it. They don't know off of it. They know it's a no, but they don't know the three sounds. You're going to have to help them get to it, but they know the consonants. Most classrooms, for the schools that they've come from, do a pretty good job teaching consonant sounds. They don't know s, they know s. They know one consonant sound. They might know one or two vowel sounds. But for the students, the consonants that only have one sound, they know that. So you can do that. Okay? You have to ask them what's it saying, what's it saying on. They know it's on. Okay? But you do have to come up with ones that vocabulary ones, not particular. Right? When you write, you need to make sure you start at the midpoint, straight line down, back up is where you finish on the baseline. Your letters do not drip below the baseline, and they stop. And the children have trouble with that, so that's what you're going to time on. This letter makes one sound. When you say that sound, kindergartners, push your mouth when you start it, line your circle, line, start with the line. Okay, because your mouth is right there with you. It's telling you what to do. Start with the line. So when you start, you're going to start at the midpoint, straight line down. Do not lift. Stay on that line all the way back up. It's going to come around in a circle and stop at the baseline. Do not lift. When you write this letter, it makes a tiny little sound. It is not it is not rough, it is it's like a dog being very rough. It's not very good. It's all you think rabbit. You don't say fur rabbit. You say raw rabbit. You say rabbit. Right? Right? Okay, a little bit simple. Root. When you write it, it's going to be a straight line down. Stay on that line around, and you will finish at 2 on the pulse. It doesn't finish somewhere up in the air. It actually goes around the top. You see that the handwriting stays fairly consistent. I'm saying from repeating the same instructions over and over again, using the same language. That's what they need to be hearing. When you write this letter, it makes only one sound. What is it? Make sure it's not drawn out here. When you write it, I try not to touch any other letter in manuscript writing, so I'm going to have to skew a tiny bit with a straight line down. And above the midpoint, there is a tiny line in the direction you read and write. It is not a large slash. It's very evident that I crossed that T. That's all you need. You don't have to go across and back again and back again, and then you don't know where you are, and you try it again. One line. In the video we had, Spalding or Rose training, they often say in the map in the direction of the right. Mrs. Spalding always said, read and write. I can't get rid of it, and it is the direction whenever you read and write, so that's what you're going to say. Okay? When you read in your text, it's quoted a little differently. The only difference is that it just say the direction that you write. But it's the direction that we consistently go, always here in this direction. That's what is going to keep them on the right track. That's what's going to help steer you in fast any kind of road to spread. This letter can make 3 sounds. What does it say in up? What does it say in music? You. It can say its name. You. You hear it? Music. Or use. You. It can say its name because it's a vowel. Only the letters that are vowels can say their name. This is one. You. What does it say in put? Especially a young child, and I'm talking about even a second grader, make sure that those lips are pushed out. And I say it in push. It is not up. It's not up. You you say I talk about your 2-year-old sister does not know how to kiss mommy goodnight. She goes, so. You, as 5-year-olds, do that. But they don't. 2-year-olds do this. Okay? That's the shape of your mouth. Your lips actually have to come out. Think of the guppy that's breathing in the water. He's doing this. Okay? Tell me the sounds with the fingers. Everybody. You, Make sure that is very clear. Too often I hear that you, one more time. You, Good. When you write it, you're going to start it short, pull it straight down, back up, and it will finish on the line of writing with a straight line down. When you write this letter, it makes only one sound. Think pat. Little bitty sound. Say it again. As you write it, say it. Make sure you're telling the people what you're writing each time. This letter makes only one sound. It says, it is up what? Okay. When you write it, you're going to start with that slanted line. Pull it all the way up in the middle, slant it back down, pull it all the way back up to the midpoint. When you write this letter, it makes only one sound. It says, a box. Okay, mix. Okay? Only sound. Don't hold on to it's like it's smashed together. What is it? Yes. When you write it, voice words, make sure that you're using the same slanted line that you did with word. It's not just make an X somewhere. It has to be in the same direction that you started with. Okay? And for those of you teaching cursive, for all of those of you who tomorrow will be learning cursive, it has to be in that direction or you won't be able to take the letter. Okay? When you write, you're going to start with the slanted line, pick up your pencil, back to the top, and finish on the line of writing. The second line is not bottom up. It never, ever starts at the bottom. Top to bottom, back to top to bottom. Okay? This letter says what in yellow? What? Say it again. It can also be a vowel sometimes and take the sounds of another vowel. It can also trade places with this vowel. Do you remember what this says? I. Tell me again. I. This phonogram can say yeah, but more often it says it or I. You'll learn it as yeah, it, I. Tell me. Yeah, it, I. For those of you who decide to make an explanation, I have a half paragraph. So that's but right now, just believe yeah, it, I. Tell me once more. Yeah, it, I. When you write it, we're going to start at a short letter at the midpoint, pull it down. It's rounded, and it comes back underneath. Please say it as you write it. Yes, don't take off the fountain. You're racing now, right? And don't let the children do that either. You're not supposed to do it and do it. All right. This letter makes only one sound, very small sound. When you write it, if you go in the direction you read and write, you will not read this letter correctly. If you write it and you think you know what it looks like, you may make it incorrect, illustrators. You must go in the direction you read and write to start this letter. All right? So we're going to start with this region. Direction we do up. We're going to slant it back down and it'll sit directly below it. So watch my Z so that you can make one too. Below your other, I'm on to the next line, your next line. We're going to go in the direction we read and write. There's a slanted line that comes to the baseline and a finish in the direction we read and write. As you write it, say when we find that word, xylophone, anxiety, at that point, we'll talk about that sentence. We'll learn it when we see. Okay. Same thing happens with, we'll find out when we write mosquito, I'll just say, okay. But, we're talking about those tone sounds. And one thing that I just jumped wildly over, the reason the order of these sounds are so important is because the first sound is the most common, ah. The next sound is the one that says frequently, but it's not as common, and then off. That's the reason they have to be memorized in that particular order. And it is ordinary. Anything is like this. You can check. Whether they're first grade or fifth grade. You'll have on the grammar. Ah, a, ah, ah is the most common, and then a. All right? Yes.
I have two quick questions. One is when you make the lower tail of like a Y or a J,
Yes.
are you technically thinking about your clock and mimicking that same
I go to 8 on the
depth?
Right. I go up to 8 on the clock. I take it to the midpoint, if I'm writing the I, for instance, so I'll be here, and I'll go below, and pull it back to 8 on the clock.
Okay.
And I would say that.
Okay. And then the other one, for R, how do you teach a child how to make that sound?
I talk about the dog in the ground. You get it? Okay. If I only say, they'll say they'll say ra, okay? Just cut them off. They're going to say it too long. They're going to hold on to it. No. You'll have to shorten it constantly. Because if you want to write the word rat, and you believe this, and you're looking at it, and you're trying to read that word, and you're 5 years old, and you're saying rata, almost everything. Okay. They can't blend it. That's why we're taking exactly what's in those phonics program is teaching you buck and cup and suck and whatever. That's why they can't blend those sounds, because it's time to. But if they're really keeping those sounds short as they're writing, when it's time to read it, they're able to do it, because that's what they've learned, okay? They're not reading in mood 2, even first grade. Some of them come in and they're already reading. But that's not where our focus is, okay? And we know that we're very good graders are reading. We're not saying don't read now, I'm telling you, obviously. But that's, we want that beginning to be there too, so that they have something to hold on to and help them get to their different. Make sense? I have a private tutoring. The only time I would probably use a mirror though is, because I don't really get can't hear it, first of all. I don't get to be trained to hear it. But they may need the mirror just to figure out what to do. Because they don't know that's it. They'll say, show me, but feel it on your nose. You start with a language circle. So they may need to have a mirror. But generally, I certainly would work on mirrors. They can feel it, and they can hear it. The reason I say they can hear it, if they can say the word hamburger, they can hear the sounds. Okay? I've worked with 2 children over the years who were totally deaf, were popular and they didn't speak until they were 5 years old because they didn't get the operation until that time. And definitely they could hear it. They could down, but they had developed some habits because they couldn't mimic what you were saying. But a normal child can hear the sounds. He just doesn't know how to find the sounds. That's what your job is. Find the sounds. All right, one more letter before I stop writing. I saved this letter to last, teachers. If you look at your photograph cards that you've been given, it's number 10. So I skipped right over it. The reason I did is because you can see the feature of this letter when you start in the direction of your line. So you can see. That's why I put it last. Okay? Because this is all about how the letters are. This letter in wet says what? F. And its name is E. It's about. It's to say its name. It says F-E. Tell me again. F-E. Good. When you write it, instead of starting as high as you did with the C, line in the direction you're right, you're going to come down a little bit below the midpoint because we're going to go in the direction we read and write and stop. It is not rounded. And then we're going to take the clock all the way around the clock and back up to 4. And it needs to be that precise. Because if you don't have that precision in this first week, you're going to have a huge mess. Within about a month. Because they're going to go back to whatever habits they had. It's not a big deal. Nobody ever complained about it before. What's the problem? Right? Well, it's now become your problem, because this is the way we're writing the parents need to be trained. Parents are your great allies at home, but they don't have to know the whole program. They should know how these letters are supposed to be formed. I've been in several classrooms where my mom doesn't do it that way. And my reaction is, your mom is brilliant. That's why she sent you to this school, so that you could find out a better way to do it. Mom's not wrong. This is just that. Okay? Better for your brain, it's better for your muscles, it's better for your children. Okay? Same thing with principal. I know it's not principal today. I just want you to work with it so that it becomes your principal. You will have at least 5 of them, so I can't do that. I don't know. I don't make my wife do it. I do. Just try it today. Then try it again tomorrow. And we'll go through it. Okay? All right. I've shown you every letter in the alphabet. I don't have to show you how to form any more letters. Obviously, you're going to be doing this for quite some time. But you should be able to do it pretty quickly. Figure that out. But you know that the alphabet, just the formation may be different than what they're used to. Sometimes when we put letters together, the sounds that the letters have changed. Before we go on to those, though, I'm going to show you a brief idea of what an oral phonogram review would look like before we go forward. When you hold up the cards for your class, it's going to be pretty easy because I'm not going to take them out of it. You have the cards in front of your class, there will be something here, so what I'm doing. I don't know if you've looked at your cards yet, but there are some blue cards and pink cards you can put in the front so they don't see what this one is. When you present them to your class, always take them from the back to the front. Get your cheat sheet on the back. Here are the sounds on the back. For those of you who haven't looked at the phonogram cards on your study camera. So back here. You're ready for it, okay? All right. That's what you'll be looking at before you present it to them. You know before you show them what you want them to say. So at this point, read these cards to you, boys and girls. And we'll do it together. So let's do it again. And I'll try to be a little more. I talked about it, especially kindergarten class. The one who knows it is always the loudest, and everybody chimes in about 3 parts behind them. And we have that, E, okay? So if I was in class this year, actually I was in several classes this year that I have to talk about, you have choir in the school. I even know you're having a program coming up. Does your choir leader let you all do whatever you want as you go? Watch your teacher and get the directions to stay together. You are this teacher's choir at this time. Let's do it again and I'll help direct you back. When you see this, you'll be able to say what?
E.
Again?
I.
Yeah, if I don't like it, why, I'll cover it. You listen to me, now you tell me again.
I.
Good. This one says, say it again. Good. You. Tell me again. Now, in the beginning, the first week or so, you will say them with the students. I am already faded away. Okay? In the beginning, I model to you what the sounds are, and I would even say it with you. But certainly by January, you shouldn't be saying these sounds with the students. Depending on the age of the students, you may not be saying them next week. Okay? But you have to say them initially, you together, but as soon as possible. If you're saying it, you're hearing you more than you're hearing us. One more time. Tell me the sounds. Good. This one. Again. No voice. Say it again. 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 Good. 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 Once more. Good. Okay. And this one? Good. This one? Okay. That's what an oral phonogram review would look like. You can see that that's going to go like this. Okay. The second time you do that, and I'm going to do very many of these, because we'll be doing this again later, there are 2 kinds of oral phonogram reviews you'll do. The first time is just flipping the card. The second, what does this one say? This one? What do you have to say, Joe? I always ask. You must always say Joe, yes. You say it wrong. Yes, followed by E, I, or Y. Well, always say Joe, followed by E, I, or Y. No, it isn't the only way it could say Joe. So you'll be, the second time through, you're going to be testing for knowledge. We'll also be doing cues that you're going to be seeing. And some of these photographs have cues, these do not. The single letters are just explicitly sounds of the letter. That's all they have to say. If you want to ask questions about some of it, that's going to be the second time through. All right? All right. When you write some letters together, it may take more than one letter to make your sound. When you see this phonogram, it's no longer s. Together, it makes what sound? Sh. We use this phonogram to begin a word, she. We use this phonogram to end a syllable, fish. Okay? It doesn't have to be at the end of the word. It should be at the end of the syllable. Okay? You can begin a word or end a syllable. That needs to be pointed out, certainly at this grade level, upper grade levels, because very soon we're going to use 3 more sh phonograms. So for you to know which one it is, you have to realize this one can only be used to begin a word or at the end of a syllable. Sound again is what? Sh. Okay. At this point, I want you to fold your paper vertically. Because at this point, when you start introducing letters of more than, or phonographs of more than one letter, we aren't going to run them across, we're going to run them down. When you start getting phonogram reviews, when they're writing their phonograms, they're going to write them down. Okay? In the very beginning, in order for them to learn spacing, you can write the alphabet across, but after that. Okay? So when you write sh, I'm not going to go through how to form every letter, but I am going to write it with you. And I'll call attention to some mistakes that could be made. This one is. Also, when you're writing with your students, you would also use language to say, I'm starting at 1 o'clock. I'm making a tall letter. So it's reinforcing. Rather than just showing them the card and say, okay, write it. You're still addressing how to form those letters. Okay? I want you to write sh in your paper. It's going to start with a short letter. Say sh as you write it. The second letter is tall, comfortably close, with the short part. So that the 2 short parts of those 2 letters are the same size. Sh. When you see this phonogram, it makes only one sound. What do you expect it to say? E. Yeah, E and E together says E. That's all it says, E. When you write it, make sure that you start below the midpoint in the direction you read and write, and say E as you write. If yours does not look like mine, just do it again. It's not when you write this phonogram, it can have 2 sounds. In thick, what does it say? In that, what does it say? Good. There's nothing that changes in your mouth, boys and girls. If you're saying it correctly, it's a little tick. My mouth didn't change. I just gave it a voice the second time. Okay? Tell me again. When you write it, make sure you start almost to the top, straight down, a tiny line in the direction you're reading right, and the next letter is tall with the short. All of this verbiage, language, did you all have a chance to read the pre-assignment? All one places. Okay. So, did anybody read the pre-assignment? You know what I'm talking about? Okay, good. So some of you did that. You'll be getting given a copy of it again today. which means you have a lot more reading today than you might have had. But a lot of what you read again, you go home tonight, will be what you've already heard here. If you find that it's not exactly the same and you want to question me about it, be glad to supporters at OG. But sometimes it may be a little different, but there's language in your book that tells you to express what you can be saying as you're teaching these letters. I don't want you to have to look at the book and read from it as you're telling me what you're writing. Get the terms in your head enough that you're comfortable to be able to stand in front of them and do that. Okay? Because they're going to go, sure. Right away. All right. These two letters together can make two sounds. What do they say in how?
How.
And what do they say in glow?
Oh.
They say ow, oh. Tell me.
Ow. Oh.
Okay, on your paper, write ow, oh. I don't hear anybody. Ow, oh, as you write it. You should be murmuring to your pencil every time you write. Whether as right now you're in third grade, that's what your third graders should do. If you don't hear them saying it as they write, they're not doing their job. By saying it, you're able to hear it, they're touching it, and you're seeing it all at the same time. So all of the pathways to the brain are working. Everything's getting fired up. One of the handouts that I have given you today is a recent New York Times article about why handwriting matters. Did anybody happen to see that? Yes? Okay. Rather than we don't need to teach handwriting. It's really about what is happening in your brain. Even though many of you are of a generation that you think the computer solves all problems, if you actually are writing a paragraph compared to tapping it into the computer, there's a different thing happening in your brain. And we are trying to get as much fired up in those little brains as possible so they have a way to store it. Okay, so handwriting is and will remain important. But I'm sure you all know that. It's just that it's been reinforced recently, just about a week ago. All right, this phonogram again says what?
Ow.
This one, if you look at it, you see that they begin the same way, right? When you have W, the name of that letter is W. And the only time it even helps me to know the name of that letter is when I think of its partner. Here's my U and my double U. These two letters are partners throughout the language. Okay? They often share the same sounds, as they do in this case. Again, what was this one? Ow, oh. This phonogram also says ow, okay, oh, but it has four sounds. It can say ow, oh, ooh, as in you or you, right? Ow, oh, ooh, just as this is up. Ow, oh, ooh, Tell me.
Ow, oh, ooh,
And it's important, whether it's kindergarten or fifth grade, to point out that what the relationship is. To change the W to the U. That's going to keep happening. All right? The W and the U. W, I can say all day long and not be able to sound it into a word. But it is helpful to understand that it's the partner to the U. Ow, oh, ooh, Write it on your paper and say it as you write it. When you see these two letters, they can make two sounds. Especially for kindergartners, I will talk about the ghost eyes that are, seem like they're looking at me and saying boo, because the first sound is boo, boo, okay? The next sound it can make is Do you remember being with another phonogram? Remember the you then put, foot. They sound exactly the same. The vowel sound is the same, right? We just don't use the same symbols to write that vowel sound. Ooh, book, good, your mouth has to shut. Ooh, say it for me. Ooh, Make sure you started at 2 and go back to touch 2. If you did not start at 2, do it again. If you're used to starting at 12 or somewhere else, just do it again. Practice it until you're an expert at it. Ooh, This phonogram can make 3 sounds. What's the first sound that you think of when you see this phonogram? Chocolate, right? But what does it say in Christmas? And what does it say in Chicago? Yes. Tell me again. Good. When you write it, make sure you're saying, now what the typical thing that will happen, they're going to try to race through that with you, and they're going to be saying, I love that program, especially after kuka and allo and all those vowels that are going to get all mixed up in their head. Finally, I have that feels better. Okay? But when they say it quickly, they aren't going to be able to use it later. They're going to just go, and probably they'll say, they'll probably repeat, or and they repeat the same sound twice. They're not really thinking that it has 3 sounds. Tell me once more. Okay, we have about 20 minutes till break. Let me see your scholarly positions. Head, top, back. Tell me straight, hips, back, feet, flat. Thank you. Okay. When you write, you have the short letter. See how you write it? Keep those sounds staccato. Don't let them race through it. And there needs to be that space between the sounds so they can actually hear the difference. These 2 phonograms together make 1 sound. What do they say in car? R. That's the only thing they're going to say, R. I've heard particularly young kindergarten classrooms talking about the pirate phonogram, R, like pirates. I'm not crazy about that, because then what I hear them say is R. That's great for pirates, but that's not what this phonogram is. This is R, okay? R. Write it and say the sound. R. Make sure your second letter ends at 2 on the clock. And do you notice that I don't talk about the names of the letters? I have to every now and then, but if you can avoid it, avoid it. All right? When you write, yes?
Why is the A written differently on the cards?
So that I know what it would look like if I pick up a book. I know that this is one of 100 fonts that my printer could have used. And so you will explain that. The very first A-R was not the way I show you how to write. Okay? But if we only write it one way, and we only see it on a card one way, and then suddenly disappears, what in the world is that? But they're immediately seeing there are many different fonts that can do that. Okay? All right. These 2 letters together make only 1 sound. What do they say in day?
A.
If I want to use this phonogram, boys and girls, it will be great at the end of a word. Day, pay, say. You could, and your kindergartners can already sound out those words because they know those consonant sounds to begin. Okay. Am I telling you, 5th graders, that it can only be used at the end of a word? No. No. I'm saying it can be at the end of the word. All right? If I write may, it's not at the end of the word. All right? It can be used at the end of the word because it has a partner. It looks like this. This also says A. Do you remember I? And you know it's the partner to I, right? They change places all over. They do here too. This is A that I may use at the end of the word. This is A that would never be at the end of the word. Does anyone know why this would never be at the end of the word, 5th graders? Yes?
Is it I never at the end of the word in English?
Yes, English words cannot end with an I. The kindergartners don't know that. You'll have to tell them. 5th grader may. We had one fifth grader. Correct. Okay, yes.
What's the plural of cactus?
Pardon me?
What is the plural word of cactus?
Cacti, but it's not an English word.
It's not an English word.
No, it's a
Okay,
Latin word.
thank you.
Yeah. Taxi is a taxi cab, okay? All right. And you may have half the class with their names in it. Your mothers can choose to spell your names however you want, however they want. I'm seeing more and more children come to school that don't even have vowels in their syllables. Okay. Don't know what they're thinking, but okay. All right. But your names can be spelled, certainly your last names come from all different languages, but English words do not end with the letter I. Many Italian words do, okay, but not English words. All right. So when you talk about this, right now I'm telling you this one you may use at the end of the word. Today's the first time you've seen it. Very soon, I won't be saying that. I'll expect you to just be able to tell me it's A. However, this one, if I want you to write it, I'll have to say not used. In the beginning, I will say not used at the end of a word. But by about 2 weeks later, if you're in fourth grade, I'll just say not used, and you know what I'm talking about. Kindergarten won't know what I'm talking about. But you'll start out explaining what you mean, and then express it with less words. More you go, okay? You understand? So this is A, not used. In your book, there is a page in your notebook, and I don't know what page it is offhand. Going down to page 216. I would advise you in your book. There are phonograms, and it tells you what the cues are that you would use in a written phonogram review. I would write those cues on the back of your cards. I have them on the back of mine, just so I don't give you some bad information. And I know them, but they're back there. I use a China marker to do it, because it's very important to stay on right away. Chinese computers. But those cues are so that you will know what you are going to express to the child. Also, you can look through your materials a few minutes during your break. But you also have a organizational tab set, so that you'll be able to tab your book and be able to do things faster, to know what you're really looking for. Okay? All right. This one is, again, says what?
A.
And this one says?
A.
Okay. And that's all they will say. If I were going to write it, I have to say, if I'm going to write it. The children will never say A, use at the end of a word, or A, not use at the end of a word. They just say the sound, just as they say the sound if you're reading. Okay? You can ask knowledge questions. Can I use this in your day? No, why not? English words don't mean it. Okay? So on your paper, I want you to write A. Maybe use is the word. Say A as you write it. Below it, write A. Not used. And I'll be doing particular phonogram review with you to help you understand how specifically you will do the phonogram review. Right now, we're still introducing phonograms. And I'm smashing them all in. You won't get them all of them unless maybe fifth graders, but you'll be doing phonogram reviews before you go into your next phonograms. This phonogram makes only one sound. What is he saying, boy? Boy. Write boy on your paper. Everyone should be saying as you write. Boy. If you didn't say it as you wrote it, please do it again. This phonogram, you see how the Y changed into an I? Can I use this phonogram at the end of the word? No, but it is the partner to this one, so you know this phonogram says boy. This one, if I were giving you a written phonogram review, which I will be testing you on these on Wednesday. On Wednesday, I won't be able to conduct it myself. I have an aide who will come in and take you one at a time so that I know really what you're saying. So you better say it now so that you start learning. Okay? You have a disc. If you forget what I said, the sounds are on this disc, but they're also in the back of your cards. Okay? So you'll be reviewing these phonograms, you'll be able to write them for me. I'll be looking at your handwriting, and I'll have someone listening for your sounds. I'll be pulling up your notebook too, so. Yeah. All right. When you write this phonogram, when you see this phonogram, in the word her, what do you hear it say? Her. This is not the same as it's her, okay? When you look at this phonogram, it can say in first, what does it say? Her. Her. When you see this phonogram, it says her in nurse. When I look at this phonogram in the word works, this is really two phonograms put together. We have what and we have er. It's been changed by the what. This is not going to say er without the what. But with the what together, they say word. And we're going to learn it as word. Okay, tell me what it says. Word. Okay. In the word early, what does this say? Er. Now, a few minutes ago, or an hour ago, I said I won't use specific words to teach you the phonograms. In this case, though, in order for us to communicate, if I ask you this one, tell me what it says. Word. So if I ask you to write which one, right? So, all of you, including 4th grade, 5th grade, particularly kindergarten, 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, all of you need to learn a sentence that has the word cues for these sounds so that we can talk to each other. This is of her. You don't have to write it down. You're going to get it within the next 30 seconds. This is as in her, first, nurse, works, early. The mnemonic sentence is her, first, nurse, works, early. Repeat the sentence to me. Her, first, nurse, works, early. Which means nothing to a kindergartner. They can't already read those words. They don't know why you would say this is your early. This is the, or even a first grader. Why is that when you're a nurse? Those are the words that these particular phonograms are used in, but I'm going to help you learn them to know which one is which. So again, class, repeat the sentence to me. Her first nurse works early. Now, I want you to raise a fist. You don't have to do this in 5th grade unless you have a child that needs it later. They can't pull out early. But you must do it in kindergarten, 1st grade. Again, I want you to say the sentence, but as you say it, watch what's happened to my fingers. Just watch mine first. Her first, hold it in, nurse works early. I'm not counting the sounds. I had a 5-year-old that I tutored, and I tried to teach her first nurse works early in the sounds one evening. Both of us were in tears, because it meant nothing. This is and it's in her, and this one's and this one's in nurse, and she's, whatever, I might as well have been speaking Greek. The next day she came in, and every time I asked her when, she nailed it. Every time she did it, she did something under the table with her fingers. Elaine, what are you doing down here? How do you know? You're an expert at these. What happened? She said, well, there's my line, and imagine a circle coming around it. That tells me to use the E. There's my her. Okay? First, look what's happened. There's my I. Now I know that's the one I use in first. Okay? Nurse. There's my U. You've noticed these are all vowels. They're all vowel sounds. There's my U. Okay? Works, that pops the W. There it is, right there on your fingers. Word, and oh my gosh, there's the other. Here. There's in the middle of it. Okay? And I didn't figure that out until about 2 years ago. So there's always something wrong. Okay? Because the first letter they got, they didn't know what to write next. There's your R right there. Okay? So we've got her, there's your E. First, there's my I. Nurse, there's my U. Works, there's my W. Early has more letters than any of the other phonograms. It starts just like the her. Go back to the beginning. Now, if you're not sure what the next letter is, you know it has more letters. We went back to the beginning of the ers to find the E. Go back to the beginning of the alphabet for the next letter. There's your A. And then they all have that first sound. Okay? Any teacher you see doing that has learned it from my 5-year-old Connie. Okay? Her, very, very great. And I have third graders who will do this with their fingers and find it if they're not sure. If you're writing the word burn, why would you know which one to write if you're in first grade? Third grade, I apologize. But if you're writing the word burn and I say use the verb nurse, I'd have to tell them which one to use. We're going to use the verb nurse. Person, okay. I know what she's talking about. I'm not going to say write this phonogram. I'm writing for them. I'll be able to find it. Okay? And especially even in the upper grades, there are going to be children who need that help because they can't spell early. Okay? Many of them obviously can, but some of them won't. Help them with it. All right. These two letters together can only make one sound. Go ahead and write, oh, sorry, let's write them. Write, come to the second column and write her. It should hear you say her. On the next line, write You, if I'm giving you a phonogram test, you're going to have to look at me. You're going to repeat but you don't know which one I want, right? So I'm going to say first. You say as you write. On the next line, write but you're still looking at me, so I have to say nurse. You don't say nurse, you just say as you write it. On the next line, write word. I don't need a cue. There's only one that can say word. Write word. And we won't be saying what, or we'll say word to write it, okay? On the next line, write early. Sorry, write early. Okay. These two letters together make only one sound. We already know but when you put this letter with it, it's like it's stuck in your throat or your nose. It's stuck. It is not unga. It is not unk. It is Don't let them say unga. If they're writing sing, they're not saying unga. Sing. We don't say singa. We say right? Okay. Right? Say it as you write. And when you're giving your phonogram reviews, you may have to give them a little help there. Okay? They don't know exactly. When I'm giving you a phonogram review, I'm expecting you to raise your hand. If you don't hear it correctly, I'll repeat it. You don't have to have a conversation about it. That's what you should expect from your students. If you're asking them to write something and they're not sure what you want, all you have to do is raise your hand and you'll repeat it. Okay? You'll have to stop the whole class. I sat in one of the classes with, I think it was the second class with Mrs. Spalding. We had a written phonogram review. And there were at least 100 teachers in this room. I was probably 10 to 15 rows back, and she asked us who. She said, "Oh." She said, "Oh." I knew which one to write. Okay. This phonogram basically spelled itself. This phonogram says what in the word eat?
Eat.
What does it say in heads? So instead of at E, we have eat at. And what does it say in great?
A.
E at A. Tell me the sounds.
E. F. A.
E at A. Tell me once more.
E. F. A.
Write it. Say it as you write it. I have moved you like 10 steps up from initial implementation of these phonographs. Because as you're teaching them the first time, you're saying it with them. They're telling you, they're looking at your paper, we're checking, on and on and on. You're about at a point where you're telling me what to write, and I'm writing it as you say it. You're comparing them afterwards. That's the point we want to get to. That's where you can start, but there are ways to get there in between. You have to model it, and then move on to the next step. You're already at a point where you're telling me what to write. I'm not saying it. I'm writing it with you. Okay? Yes.
So the NG,
Yes.
is that, in sing, I'm hearing E. Is that, am I hearing
No.
that?
What you're doing is adding the vowel sound. In sang, do you hear ing? Or sung, do you hear ing?
No.
You're saying the vowel sound. It. When you say it. Okay?
ING is not a phonogram?
No, it is not. It's an ending.
Okay.
Training, it's an ending, but the ing is made of two sounds. It, okay? You've been taught ing. Okay? There we go. Well, we don't have to have an I every time we have sung, sang, wrong. Right? Okay? We don't have to have an I. And it's not ing. ING is an ending that you have to teach, but it's not a phonogram at all. Phonograms are just those letters together to make that particular sound. Everybody okay with that? All right. Everybody okay with taking a break? Okay. I will see you here in 15 minutes, and I will start I'm going to go over a couple of things before we talk about your phonograms. First of all, let's look at what we have in front of you. We have here, I don't know if you know these papers that are in front of you with your books. They're organizational tabs, and Greg has given us tabs to use. You have to make your own this year. I don't know which year they'll make it for you. This year you'll make those tabs will be on the things that you'll put on the writing or the reading, just to make it more accessible for you. When you start reading this, you're going to be confused. It's divided into 4 basic pieces. It has planning, what you need to know to actually plan what you're going to do, and delivering, how you're going to say it, what you're going to do. Is assessing, when you start getting tests, and evaluating those tests. There are 4 basic spots. You also have, way back in here, or what you're going to use, you have a place where there's cursive writing, there's a place where there's manuscript writing. Instead of you going back and forth to the index every time you want to load something up, that's one of these tabs. It's not mandatory, it's suggested. Okay. Also, in some of the handouts that I gave you, the things that you will review tonight, you will read, just been distributed. It says pre-training assignment, and it says Monday assignment, one read. So in the writing road to reading, there were several parts of that: introduction, planning, delivering, and we have all the phonograms. You need to make yourself familiar with all of that information. I hope that most of it will sound familiar when you go home and read it, because we know what I covered today. And a lot of it is philosophy behind why the Spalding program, in my mind, is superior to other programs. And I'm not going to go through all of that with you. I've been in training sessions where we actually sat and highlighted, and she told us what page to go to and highlight this because this is important. I think you're big boys and girls. I think that you can find the things that you know are important, and you can highlight them, you can star them, however you want to deal with it. This is your book to work with. Okay? I'm not going to point out the important things to you except when I'm halfway through this class. But I'm not going to go through the book and tell you what's important. The Monday assignment refers to, it says read Romola Spalding Introduction and Teacher's Role. That's a paper that looks like this. I hope you have readers if you need them. Pretty small print. But I wanted you to hear Mrs. Spalding's voice. There is an introduction in your writing road to reading, and there's certainly the foreword and a lot of really good information, but a lot of it is what the Spalding Foundation is now using, and that's all good information. But I want you to hear her talk about what the Spalding program means. You're not going to be tested on it. I just want you to know this is what was in the book before they kept it updated. All right? There's another piece of information, if you've been handed out, just the New York Times article I was talking about. It could prove valuable when you have a parent coming to you saying, really, we're in a computer world, why are we doing this? Why are we putting all this emphasis on handwriting? If that's the way they feel, they're probably in the wrong school, first of all. But, so it may not happen if they are aware of why they're in the school they're in. But it's good information as far as talking about firing up the brain is on this paper. This last paper, it says Archway Spalding, Year 1, Year 2. Put it in the back of your book. We'll go through this on Friday. You don't need this very soon. What it's saying to you is, from the experience that I have with other Archway Spalding, these are the sections where they would begin if they're a new school and where they would be if it's their second or third year. I'm talking to people who have now the school's in its fourth year. Most of you is in its first year. The problem is you also have a teacher's guide that looks like this. I'll leave it that out. There's a teacher's guide that you have by grade level. And you only have one per classroom, I believe, rather than each of you having one. I'm going to put another assignment on your desk, probably at lunch, if you're surprised, things like that, that refers to this teacher's guide. Because some of the information that I'm covering today is in here. This is your friend. Writing, broken reading is your Bible. If this is your friend, this will tell you what you're going to be doing day by day, week by week. The problem, if you are not kindergarten or first grade, you won't be starting in the same place next year you're starting this year. This year, everybody starts in the same place. If you're in fifth grade, you're going to be doing the early sections just as kindergarten, first grade does. But then suddenly, you're going to be doing fifth grade in October. So they won't be there forever. I've taught 3 parent meetings. In the first parent meeting with they come in, they're like, really, my kids have been spelling these words forever. What are you doing with them? What kind of school is this anyway? I mean, they don't say all those words, but that's what they're thinking. They come back in a month, And the children are suddenly doing, you know, combustible and whatever, encyclopedia, and they're having to mark it and say syllables as they write and verify what they're doing is correct, and they're going, what kind of school is this? This is way too hard. Can't possibly do this, okay? So, don't worry, it's a learning curve that we all go through. But the problem is that your teacher's guide, the second syllable is just a little bit of something. Babe, there it says, babe. I don't say the baby is crying, I say the baby is crying. I barely say it. It really is just that tiny little sound there. So when I write babies and I want to change the I to an I, makes sense to me. I know they will say the I. All right? About the time those dictionaries were changed, I think parenthetically, this is my theory. It's not. Well, I have seen it actually in writing. Somebody smarter than I am. And about that, those children who were learning phonics still in that mid-50s range, by the time they graduated from high school, it was approximately 1964, 65, that era. That's the last highest SAT scores that they started plunging. And the tests started changing. And they keep changing. Okay? I don't know what it has to do with one another, but maybe. He says E, and they E, because it's a compound word. All right. But the accident syllable is really what helps us understand. If you say system, cylinder, gymnasium, you know the Y didn't say E, right? It's not system. It's not cylinder, right? It says it. The Y and the I change places all throughout the language. And that's what we're trying to help the children with. To know that those are partners throughout the language. It's okay. Right? It's too early on, but we'll also see that the I can take the place of the Y. Do you know that? We have every child coming into your class, maybe in kindergarten, they're going to come in and say, I know what else. A, E, I, O, U, sometimes Y. Why sometimes Y? They have no clue why they're saying that. A, E, I, O, U are the only letters that ever say their names. The Y never says Y. Ever. Okay? But it can replace a vowel. It's because it's replacing that vowel. We say sometimes it can be a vowel. Because sometimes it's in boy, sometimes it's inside an A. Okay? So it can replace the I and take its sense. Okay. Is that enough of that lecture?
So what about like slow read? Is L-Y its own?
Lip. Slow. Say it slow. If you say slowly, E, I expect you to write a double E. Slow. And that's how you'll teach it. Slow. Okay? Please believe me. I didn't believe it either. But I will tell you that I kept teaching it and trying to do it the way she said, and finally I'm going, she's so right. This is so true. Okay? So just deal with it and try to, your children will accept it faster than you can. But you have to give them the information to accept it. And it certainly will help their spelling. Okay? All right, anybody else? Okay. Let's review very quickly. Actually, we were at pretty good rate. Your writing, write to reading, your teacher's guide will tell you you really only need to go through the first 45 photographs before you start the notebook. I'm going to do more than that with you. Kindergartners only need to do the first, or do the alphabet before we go on to the capital letters, and we go on to the, I'm going to show you how to write numbers. But I would not, I'm going to take it the way Mrs. Spalding would have done. She said go through 54, and that's the way I've always done it. You can stop at 45, let's get in the notebook, okay, so that they're not going, oh my God, how long is this gonna last? So we're gonna put just kind of the way you're doing. Only we don't want to do it for a week. Yes.
Just to be clear, the photographs are numbered, so that when you say 55.
Yes.
the
I'm
ones that
looking
are-
at EIA, and on the back of it says 45.
Great.
Okay, this is number 45. Okay, so you would, if there, when you're reading in the book, and it says go through 1 through 45 before you start the notebook, I'm okay with that. I'm going to take you further. Is everybody okay with that? And remember, kindergartners, you can start writing words just after the alphabet. I have a specific charted week by week, day by day, just for kindergarten. One of our kindergarten teachers at Veritas has done it. It's just easier to deal with than your teacher's guide. You'll still use your teacher's guide. It's not that it's wrong. You just use it as a guide, and then right there in front of you, this is what they're talking about. Okay? Same thing with the rest of you. I've prepared a one-page, actually, front back, most of it. This is when we're going to do particular notebook pages, because when you start going into the teacher's guide and even into the writing or reading, it gets cumbersome. You go, what am I supposed to do now? Okay, so that it's clear. And also keep in mind, I'm going to be there every week. I will help you. Okay, you can't pull all this in 30 hours. All right? Everybody okay? Okay. Let's do a few of these, and then we'll go forward. Tell me this one. And I have to help you, because I have to give you the key when I want you to say it. Do it again, please. And do it with energy. Get your starting point position back. Let the neighbors on just roar it out. If you're wrong, all you have to do is okay? All right. What's this one? Her. Q. Hers. Good. This one? Boy. Good. Can I use this at the end of the word? Yes. This one? A. Okay. This one? Okay, big red. Listen. Ow, O. Remember its partner? Ow, O, oo, Tell me. Good. This one? Okay. That's an oral phonogram review. We would do it again. We'll do it tomorrow. We'll do it both ways. I'll give you a written phonogram review. Not a test, but a review. So you see two ways to do the written phonogram review also. Right now, we're still just presenting. Okay? I'm going to go through the rest of them with you, at least through the 54, and we'll be doing capital letters. So let's continue. When you see these two phonograms, what do they say in law? Aw. That's all they can say. Aw. Aw. Write aw on your paper. Aw. Say it as you write it, please. I just did something on my paper that I want to call attention to. Especially with all children. When you are writing those clock letters, this is what happens more often than not. They're starting at 2. They'll start in the right place and come around and maybe get over here, or they may come around and they'll get almost down, right? Maybe some of your papers look like that. But we'll fix it over here. I talk about to those children, especially with clock letters, especially, well, when you're starting at 2 on the clock, you may have started in the right place. But right about here, I want you to behave as an archer would and start eyeing where you need to go. You don't just pull your pencil up somewhere. You have to go slowly enough that you actually come up and hit it before you can pull that line down. You can't start in the right place and then come over here and end up with the same letter. What I did is not stop and think about where I was going. I just pulled it up to what looked like it was at 2 o'clock. Talk about the archer. Talk about Robin Hood. I was cautioned, don't talk about that. Disney, person, pop culture. But anyway, I think y'all understand what arteries, okay? But you have to aim for it. You have to stop enough to hit it, whether it's manuscript or we'll see it again in cursive. Mine didn't hit it as well as it should have, so if yours did, you need to fix it. Those two letters say aw. So if these say aw, you see the last letter? It has a partner. It looks like this. The U and the W again have changed places. What do you suppose this says? That's all I can say. Author. August, right? Aw. But this one is never used at the end of a word. If I want you to write this one, boys and girls, I'll have to say aw, not used. Okay? Aw. Write aw, not used at the end of the word. Aw. And recognize the pattern that's happening here. The W and these two letters together make only one sound. What do they say? Or. Or. Just like the word for. Or, like corn. Or. Okay? Right? Or. Make sure that second letter ends at 2 on the clock. Too many times, I keep saying that, but what happens is that we see that R come up and go to about here. Or even later, come up and go to about here. Is that a B or is that an R? I don't know. Okay. Make sure they stay on the line. They take it all the way to 2. On the next line, we know that this letter's first sound is, and we know this letter's sound is, so it should make you very happy that together they say, okay? However, especially third and up, need to know there are only particular times that you can use this phonogram. The cue that I'll give you if I want you to write it is that it's 2 letters. So you wouldn't write this, you wouldn't write this. You're going to write 2 letters from it. But that's not good enough, especially if you're an older child. You need to know when you use it. Why in back do I use this one, but not just a K? Why in dark do I use, why can't I use this one? Does anybody know? Except for the, okay, short vowel says, I'm not sure what a short vowel are. They're all short. They're all that midpoint. Okay? So what you mean is the first sound of the vowel, right? That's the line that we use. You're right. The first sound of the vowel must sit here if I'm going to use this phonogram. So if I put an A here, what would the vowel say? A. So I can write back, but I can't write big. Okay? If I put an E here, what will the vowel say? E. So I can write rec. But what do I say? It. So I can write tick et. But it does not have to be at the end of the word. It needs to be at the end of the syllable. Okay? After a single vowel. What about an O? What will the O say? Ah. Rocker. Rock, earth, right? Ah is at the end of the syllable, and the U would say up. The U would say up, as it doesn't up like truck. Okay? Up. Okay? In dark, it's not after a single vowel, so I can't use it. In beak, it's not after a vowel saying its first sound. I don't know what I want to use if I can't spell that word. I might use a double E, I might use A, I might use E, consonant E. But I do know it's not going to be this because I can't use the S sound. All right? Okay. Write 2 letters. When you have done more of your reading, come armed tomorrow with your questions. A lot of it's going to make more sense. Right now it's like, okay, whatever. But as you're reading, you're going to go, is that what she meant by that? Is this really it? I'm happy to answer your questions tomorrow, okay? Of course, the day 2 of that. All right. These 2 letters, we know whoop, right? And we know look. Together, we put our mouth in the shape of whoop, but we blow. Say it for me. Right. Say it as you write. On the next line, we're going to write this phonogram. We know at and we know to. Together they can say ed. But if we use them to say ed, we're using them at the end of a word to change the meaning of the word. We're showing that it's in the past. We're making it a past tense ending. And second grade and up should be talking about that. At this point, K and 1 should be telling it says ed. Okay? This phonogram can also say d. Just d. Even these two letters together. I love pizza. I love d. Spaghetti. D. Okay? It says d. Those two are together. Say d. If I say, and we're talking about, you have to teach past tense, means happened before now. Could have happened a millisecond ago or a million years ago, just so it's not now or in the future. Teach the meaning of past tense. When it has a third sound, you can say, what does it say in stopped? Okay? We have a base word stop. We've added past tense meaning to it, and now it's stopped. This phonogram says ed, d. Tell me the first sound.
Ed, d.
Even classrooms that are brilliant and have been doing this for a long time, I will walk in and they're saying ed. They don't have any idea what you're saying. They don't believe, they don't even know it can say ed. They think it says ed. Please teach it ed. And you're going to have to do it carefully enough so that they really hear ed. Because what they will hear is that you said it says ed. It never says ed. Ed, d. Tell me again.
Ed, d.
Good. Right, ed, d. And make sure when you write that second line, that letter, you're starting at 2 o'clock. There's some people saying it. Okay. I'm going to give you 3 more phonograms before we do. So turn the paper over. I'm at the end of mine, and at the end of your page. These 2 phonograms, we've already talked about partners. We've talked about oi and oi. One's not used to the end. Y and the I change places. We've talked about ah and ah, the U and the W change places. Ow, oh, the U and the W change places. So we see who the partners are, right? This phonogram has 2 sounds. What does it say in group? Ooh. What does it say in few? You. It says ooh, you. There are 2 sounds this phonogram makes. Ooh, you. I can't say a U sound in group because I can't say it next to the root. Or you. But in few, I don't say foo. It's not ooh. It's you. Ooh, you. Tell me once more.
Ooh, you.
Boys and girls in 1st grade, in kindergarten, or in 2nd grade in particular, I'm not very fond of this phonogram. I know all of the partners now. We're into October by now. We aren't doing this your first week of school. But I know all about partners and Y and I changing. When I see this phonogram, I say, ooh, you. I don't like it so well. Because look at his partner. Did the E, did we use the E? I expect to start with the same letter. I expect this W to change to a U. I expect the I to change to a Y. It's a big mess. So when I see them, I say, ooh, you. But be careful. Don't let them say, ew. Ooh, you. Which one of these is not used at the end? Is it this one? Yes. Why? Because English words don't end with I. As a class, tell me.
English words don't end with I.
So we memorize it. So this one is not at the end. This is the ooh, you that I can use. All right? Right, ooh, you. And then write ooh, you, not used. Okay. When I say the word boat What does it say? The Q here is vote. This is O, the O of vote. If I'm giving you a test, I would say O, you look up, because pretty soon we're going to have O, you on top. All right, so I have to tell you to vote in order for you to write. Actually, yes. So we're going to write O, and we have to tell them it's in the word vote. That's our cue. That's how I'm going to talk to you. That's the language we'll communicate with one another. O, vote.
Sorry, quick question.
Yes.
The EU, the EW, I thought the partner was EU.
I'm sorry?
I thought the partner for the EW is EU.
No, the vote you. Okay? As in, this one, do you believe this one's you? Okay, this one is also, if you think fruit, suit, we'll say is you, suit to spell it. Okay? You. Okay, you okay with that?
Yeah.
You would not say you. Okay. At this point, so let's go on into capital letters. To do that, I'm going to let you record those in your pink notebook so that, and your children can do this. Your second group, no, yeah.
We have a question,
You
Marie.
don't have a pink notebook.
No, it was about when we're writing it, we're saying the phonogram of it. Do we want them to say the cues while we're practicing writing down the phonogram? O-A. I heard some people going O, boat.
No, they're going to say O.
Okay.
Okay, you're going to say that you're writing O. The teacher has to give you the cue to vote. Thank you. No, they would not say vote. In this class, with you and I, we're all writing in pink notebooks, we're all writing in blue notebooks. Third grade and up will never use this book in the classroom, okay? We're just doing it today. K through 2 will not be using the blue notebook. So everybody's happy again, okay? We're all learning what everybody else is doing. Never know where you go. So with this pink notebook, I would like for you to, at this point, go to the back of it. And depending on the age of your child, you may or may not want to do this in the classroom. You certainly want to do it anytime the kindergartners are writing. They're practicing on paper, and then they put it in the notebook, typically, rather than immediately writing in the notebook. Otherwise, you just spend a lot of time wasting. All right? But for your own information, I would like to, instead of us writing the capital letters on just a piece of paper, just write them in your book, because you'll be writing some other things in your book and read them in your reference. Does that work for everybody? Okay. I want you to go to the very last full page, which is very back of your book. And we'll write those capital letters. And it will be a short review also of what the lowercase looks like. You may already think you know how to make the capital letters. Just listen as I'm telling you how to form them so that we all form them together correctly, okay? When you write A-A-R as a capital letter, and the reason I'm saying in kindergarten you'll be doing that after the alphabet, they want to write their names, okay? And let them write it, cover the letter until you've taught it. Now they're responsible for the new information. You can't expect them to write all of their letters correctly if they haven't shown you. And I wouldn't want them to be writing a lot of capital letters except to write them on paper. But now, after you've shown them how to do it, that's their responsibility to write it correctly. Which is the same thing for everything that we do. If you have not been educated to that point, was a term Mrs. Spalding used all the time, now you're responsible. Now you're responsible to know that it's Chris. Now you're responsible to know that it starts at 2 o'clock. Yesterday you didn't know that, so you didn't make a difference. You take that. Okay? All right. When you write the capital A-A-R, again, everything is top to bottom. You will never start at the bottom and go up. So if you typically write that letter from bottom up, today's the day to change that. When you write it, you're going to start at the top. Almost, you're approaching the top, slant a line down, pick up your pencil. Slanted line down is the first form you'll make, and then you're going to slant down, and you're going to connect in the direction you're reading right. Next to it, I want you to write your most perfect, beautiful A-A-A in lowercase. Say A-A-A as you write. Yeah, it's just barely above. When you write book, it's going to be a straight line down. You do not stay on the line. You pick up your pencil in manuscript. You go back to the top, pull it in, back out. It sits on the baseline. And beside it, write the lowercase. On the next line, the capital C is just like the lowercase. It just takes a little space, approaches the top line. None of it ever touches the top line. And it ends directly below the 2 and 4. When you write does, straight line down, you do not stay on the line. You pick up your pencil in manuscript, you go back to the top, when you write the lowercase, where does it begin? 2 on the clock. You got 2 on the clock, not 2 o'clock, but 2 on the clock. That's where the number 2 is on your clock. Do they all have clocks in the classroom, Mr. Bellingham?
Sorry, say again?
Do they have clocks in the classroom?
Where? Yes.
Okay. Ones that have numbers around, like.
Yeah, numbers around the clock, yes.
Okay.
Analog.
When you write at E, you're going to make a straight line down. Pick up your pencil. Go back to the top. In the direction you read and write, tiny in the direction you read and write, and third. So there are 4 lines. None of those are connected. You actually have to pick up in manuscript capital letters more than you do in the lowercase. Lowercase we rarely pick up, but in the capital letters we do. Beside it, write at E, so it's a little bit shorter, so that you have a clear circle around it. When you write, you're going to make a straight line down. You must lift your pencil, top and midpoint. A little bit up the midpoint, and then your lowercase. And the line has a little up the midpoint. When you write Jen, it starts like this. Comes around and just comes in. That's it. It's not in and back again. It just comes in. That's why I know it's not.
For the E and the F, did you make your lines in the right, from left to right? Or did you go from right to left?
I'll go here, all in the direction I'm reading. So you're here, straight line down. I have to go back to the top. I go in the direction I read and write, in the direction I read and write, in the direction I read and write every time. So it's always reinforced. And when they start taking that language in, it helps them write in that direction and not say sound by sound the direction they're going in.
On the capital book, does the
Yeah,
tip
we do have to
into,
finish it, yes. We're not going to live to finish it, so we're going to have to come here.
is it halfway or is it at the little lower than halfway? Like
It's a little bit lower. It's not totally. Because in your C is down here 4. When you write, you're going to start with a straight line down, and a line that connects in the direction you read and write. It is not straight and up and over and then straight. It is straight, straight line down, and then you connect. Okay? And beside it, you can write. And if you've made your just to almost to the midpoint, you have room to make it at the midpoint. Okay, without touching. Don't let the manuscript letters to touch one another. It's something hard to read. Okay? I starts tall, straight line down, pick up your pencil, you go back to the top, just watch for a second, go back to the top, tiny line in the direction you're reading right, and then the bottom in the direction you're reading right. Always top to bottom, straight line down, back to the top, and then bottom. So you stay consistent. It's not sort of one way sometimes. Okay? It's always the same. I, short letter, or sorry, lowercase, I. On the next line, I want you to write jip, which is going to start almost at the top, roll it around, and there is a cap on top with that line. Watch your students put these lines on. Because I will guarantee you there are going to be some students who dot before they write it on, and then they make the line, or they cross before they make the letter, and then they make the letter. I talk about, do you know any caps at home? You read the word cap or hat? When you are ready to read or you want to put your cap on, do you throw your cap out there and then try to get under it? No, you stand here and you put your cap on. That's the body of the letter, put your cap on. That's the body of the letter, put the dot on. That's just the declaration at the end, so I know it's not another letter. It's not the first part of the letter. Okay? Don't let them make the lines first and then the dots. I've seen children trying to write in cursive, trying to put the dot in first. Just so much more difficult. Okay? That they learn these tools in the beginning is going to clean up everything. And don't let your fifth graders, fourth graders, all writing in cursive, I don't need what's the difference? What it looks like. Well, they might want to make a map sometime, or maybe they want to write a chart. They still need to know manuscript handwriting. That's why you review it every single year. You just won't take as much time, make sure you publish it. Okay, when you write your lowercase jip, remember that it starts at the midpoint, it goes below into the midpoint of the next line, and a dot on top. We're not going to use the last letter of this column, or the last line of this column. We won't use the last line of our notebooks in any of our notebooks. We'll always leave, it's like a free zone, bingo. You do it faster, okay? But it keeps you, you're able to see where that midpoint is. Okay? All right. When you write, start at the beginning of the next column, you're going to make a straight line down. And then when you start the next part, you have to pick up your pencil, and you're going to start the same height that you began the letter. You still kick in, kick out. Kick in, kick out is Martin's house. That's what it's called. But the children seem to get it, okay? Because they have to get away. Otherwise, they're starting at that line here and trying to figure out what to do. They have to go away from it, pull it in, pull it back out. Okay? And the lowercase then, straight line down. The size of a short letter, you'll still put that slanted line in and back out. So it's in two pieces. You have to pick up. When you write full, straight line down, go in the direction you read and write. Somebody say it. And full, lowercase. When you write eyes up here, may not be what you do. First of all. Just what you'll do tomorrow. When you write you're going to make a straight line down. Straight line down. It's not slanted, and you would know that you would never start at the bottom, right? Straight line down. Pick up your pencil. Go back to the top. We're only going to slant into the midpoint. Back up. Straight line down. And then write your lowercase. When you write, straight line down, pick up your pencil, slanted line, do not lift, pull it on out. You only have to lift one time. You only have to lift one time when you write. We're trying to avoid lifting if it's possible. It's not always possible. When you write, remember, it's top to bottom, and it sits on the line. When you write O, make sure you start it at 2 on the clock. It's just taller than the lowercase. All the way back, touch 2. Make sure you head to it like the archer, back, touch 2. When you write watch, you're going to make a straight line down, pick up your pencil, back to the top, and you as teachers can see that's consistent with your B, your G, your, what else? Anyway, we make the line, then we go back to the top. That's not a cursive one. That's not what we'll do when we write a cursive, because we aren't going to do that. All right? But in manuscript, we will make that good block letter, that manuscript right. Write your lowercase. In lowercase, we do not pick up. Only in the uppercase. Only the capital letters we pick up. When you write, well, I'm going to let you only write the first letter, because we're demonstrating handwriting here. Go ahead and write your uppercase is like your O, the slanted line, about 5 on the clock, and your lowercase. And I don't know why I don't need to write what I write. It sounds, you can write two.
Question about the lowercase p. How come we're allowed to go from bottom to top?
We're not, we're just staying on the line. We're still starting with the line down. To get back up there, I just stay on the line. Okay? Then when I come up, if I found a line in my mouth, when I come up, it tells me to finish with a circle. Now I'm ready to write the next letter. I would write the circle and then go back to the line and go in the wrong direction. When you write it's like your B, your D, your P. We're going to lift after you've written that first line down. So you've got straight line down, go back to the top. Z is tall, looks just like the lowercase. And short. I only have kindergartners saying this. Good job. When you write straight line down, we don't need a big, huge slash. We need a cross, but it's above. It's not always cross. It's on top, like the letter. And it's the last thing. First thing, the body of the letter, go back to the top. When I write the lowercase, it's the same size. It's not 3/4. It's either tall or short. That's it. And then you have your lowercase letter. The cross is just above your. Yes?
That last curve or that last,
It's not very good.
is it supposed to be straight?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Make it first bed.
No appearances.
Yes, this should be straight. There's no curve there.
Is it supposed to be?
There is a curve there. That would be. Yeah. Since I was called out. No curves.
Wait a minute.
Did you mean
Oh, you want me to- straight line down, pull it around, and slant it around.
So when a student is practicing and they make a mistake on a part of it, should we encourage them to erase the whole
Erase
thing?
the whole thing, yes, thank you. As a matter of fact, when they're practicing, I don't even have them erase. Put a line through it, right there. Put another one. It takes longer to erase and write it than it would to. Now, in your notebook, you have to erase. But in practice, you put a line through it and write it. Yes.
The slant line pick up from the circles or from the...
Yeah, yeah, it's coming, come to the next column and write it's just like the lowercase, but it takes your full space. It's exactly like the short letter. It finishes with a down line that sits on the line writing, which is good preparation for your first name. When you write the group, it approaches the top line, slanted, up, lowercase, it's the same. It takes
How long are you, 30
to write whoop, you're going to pull all the way up in the middle, down, slanted one back up, lowercase slanted. Yes, but don't tell them. Don't tell them it's 2 weeks. But yes. Yes, it's not tight. They're not writing 2 weeks, they're writing more. When you write X, you must start in the same direction that you started your group. And stop right there. Make sure they all read that lines that direction before they ever cross through it. When you cross through it, you must start off the top. Lowercase, same thing. Only one direction, cross through it. When you write yet at I, it looks just like the lowercase. Just watch for a second because this is probably not what you do. Pull it halfway to the midpoint is the only capital letter that goes below the line of writing. Your lowercase starts short. The bottom part is exactly the same as it was in the uppercase. We don't lift. Okay? Some of them will come in doing the Y, get up and go here, maybe go there. They're going in the wrong direction. Okay? The purpose of this is so that the direction keeps going the same. When you write Z, you're going to go in the direction you're going to write, just like the lowercase. Slanted line down, it sits on the line of writing, just like the lowercase. Okay? Now, the reason that I asked you to do it in your books, and certainly second graders can do this is the model of the best that you can do all the time. This notebook, whether it's your Pickwood or your notebook. This is your best work. The nice thing about putting it at the back of the book, which is not what the foundation would ask you to do, is what Mrs. Spalding asked. Sometimes and sometimes she didn't. I say sometimes, but I like it back here because when the children say, I don't know how to make a capital J. Well, you may have a chart over here somewhere, or hidden away someplace, but it's in your notebook. Look in your notebook. Find out how you make it. It's right there. Wait. I forgot how to make my pen. I like to make them this way. Is that what it looks like in your notebook? That's what we did. You know, the first week of school, it's not going to change. We're going to teach it to you a different way tomorrow. This is what we're going to use for the rest of your archway career. If you're a second grader, you're still going to be doing Okay? So you can see, the longer your school is in session, the longer your school has been together, in about 4 years, you're going to see a big difference in your fifth graders because they've been trained since first and kindergarten. You're coming in from everybody. We don't know what they want. So we have to be very explicit about what we want. But these people are in charge of training them correctly in the first place, so the next way, first grade is easier, second grade is easier, and you can see it. It's going to happen. Okay. All right. Also on this page, I'd like to use it for this next column to write numbers. Numbers, you're going to need numbers all around, but you have to show them how to write the numbers. Even for everything. And some of them will be what they would have already done, some of them may not. When you write tall letters, you know we start almost at the top line, well, straight line down. That's not straight line. That is what straight line, that's why I use the dot hand, because I can't control these as well. All right. When you use the a short letter, you know it starts at the midpoint. When you, and it is on that basis. When you write a number, it is not as tall as a tall letter, it's not as short as a short letter. It's right in between. Okay, so when you write the number 1, it's not going to start this high, it's not going to start this short, it starts right in between. Number 1 is a straight line down. That's it. There's no little hook and no little stand for it to be on. It's just a straight line down. That's your number 1. And please, teachers, you're going to invest the time to teach them this in the beginning. And by November, don't write your numbers differently on the board because they're going to go, hey, you can do it however you want. We're taking the time to show them the easiest way to do it so that they'll keep it. Yes? Okay. When you write a number 2, I'm going to write them on mine.
Do you want these in your pink notebook?
These are going to be in your pink notebook. So we're going to write a number 1 in this column right here. Okay? So let's write a number 1. It would be next to your up here. So there's your 1. Okay? Below it, we're going to write the number 2. Kindergarten, first grade children, we've been training them for weeks to start at 2 on the clock. Mrs. Spalding referred to 2 and 3 as a horrible 2 and 3. Do not start at 2 on the clock. We start at 10 on the clock. Okay? So we have to go, wait a minute. This is not what we expected. So you have to spend some time helping them get from that 2 because they're going to reverse it. 2 on the clock, or sorry, 10 on the clock. So we're going to start a little shorter, bring it up. When you get to the bottom, just watch because there's a tiny loop that happens before it sits on the line. The reason for that, if I make that line, if I make that 2 down and straight, like many programs may show you, or you may do it yourself, there's a line there. I can't tell what that is. Mrs. Spalding said, no, let's do a loop to finish it. Okay? That's what you'll train them to do. It's not a big ball. It's a little bit at the bottom. So they have to go around. At this point, you stop, come over, and finish on one side. Okay? When you write a number 3,
Question about the number 2.
sorry?
Question about the number 2.
Yes.
The little loop that's underneath the head.
Yes. Goes directly under. The 3 also starts at 10 on the clock, comes directly underneath, and it finishes. The only problem with the 3 is the direction. They may, they're trained well, they're probably going to go start 2. That's what we've been telling them to start. Weeks we may have to work on that, I'm not sure. You know your class, a lot of it. When you write a 4, Again, it's not tall, it's not short, but it's going to be straight down. Just watch for a second. Go in the direction you read and write. You must pick up your pencil. Do not try to do this in one step, boys and girls. You pick up your pencil, start at the top, and straight line goes through. When you write a 5, you need to watch how I want you to make a 5. It may not be what you like to do. You may have to train your own brain. When you write a 5, you're going to start with a straight line down. You're going to come around and finish. You pick up your pencil back to the top so that when you finish, you're going in the direction you need to write. If any of you make your 5 by going this way and then around, you're going in the wrong direction. You go straight down when I'm asking and finish, you're going in the direction you need to write. Okay? Don't let them do it. When you write a 6, you don't start at 2. If you're just looking at it, it might look like you do, but it's really starting at 12 o'clock. And you're going to pull it down. When you come underneath, the line over the top finishes on the baseline. So that when you're doing your math paper for you later, they really don't have an excuse for you to be able to read what that is. Is that a 0? Is that a 6? I'm not sure what that is. Okay. It needs to finish on the baseline. Same thing with this too. They're making it straight across, turn it right up. If we get it correctly, that's why we spend all that time with it, Joey. This is what I can make. Somebody's going to be doing it. 7 is going to go in the direction you read and write. It's a slanted line down and stop. There's no little line through it. We're not European. This is our 7. We're not going to decorate it. It doesn't look like a 1. If you make a slanted line across, it shouldn't be a mistake for everything else. There's your 7. Okay? When you write an 8, if they know where 2 on the clock is, it starts just like or all the way around, and finish back at 2 on the clock. It's not 2 snowballs put together. It's not starting somewhere else and then back. It's starting just like you did in all those letters we've been writing, in 2 up to 12. Okay? When you write the 9, it's also 2 on the clock. Touch it, straight line down. When you write a 0, 2 on the clock, pull it up, all the way around and touch, 2 on the clock. All right, any questions about letter formation? Yes?
Do you put 0 at the end or at the beginning?
I put it at the end. I expected you to write 10.
Well,
I'm starting with 1. Yeah, if they don't know that it's 0 doesn't have to 9, you'll have to teach that. We're just showing handwriting. We're not going to write the way it's not for this one, okay? You will teach, after you've taught the first few sections of what we're going to start with, we're just going to. After that's done and you're ready to write the sentences, your class is ready to write the sentences, whether they're K1, 5th grade, of course you're going to write the sentences before that. But as you need to talk about punctuation, that's when you'll teach it. You don't just teach a bunch of punctuation with no meaning behind it. If you need it, you teach it. It's demonstrated in your book. I don't want you to write it in your book because I don't want you to think, I teach this. But there is language that goes with it. When you write, a period, we don't want a ball, we want a dot that sits on the line right. okay? When you write a comma, we don't want a dot and then a tail. We want it to start above the line of writing at 12 and come around, go below the line of writing, there's your comma. When you write an apostrophe, you're going to make the same kind of thing, but it's not a ball and then a tail, it's up here, it's still 12 to 6 on the clock. The language stays the same. Quotation marks, same thing. There'll be two of them. But you won't be teaching just the formation unless you're teaching why you would use it. Exclamation point, straight line down, stop before you hit the end, and the period says on the line right, just as the period. Question mark, we'll start at 10, come around, straight line. It's kind of elongated. But they're the size of numbers. They're not as tall as a tall letter. They're not as short as a short letter. It's not as punctuation. Colon will be just the dot. The main thing is going to be above the baseline. The point is your dots are dots. They're not balls. They're blackened in, and now we have level. Okay, so those you'll need as you're writing sentences. Okay. Again, this is going to be then what they can use to refer to. Rather than going through all the way through 70, we're going to start the notebook. I'm going to go through the rest of the 70 phonographs today so you can hear them and then be able to review them on your own. And then be able to ask me questions about what did you say tomorrow? Okay, as you start reviewing on your own and finding out, I really have no idea what she was talking about. Okay? Just make a list, and we'll talk about it. This notebook, again, is K12. This is the one you'll use all year. 3, 4, 5, we'll never use it except for, but it will help you with the manuscript writing. You're teaching you notes and doing it in your blue notebook. And I'll show you exactly what we're doing. For now, though, boys and girls, we're ready to start writing some words. Mrs. Spalding took a list from the man named Leonard P. Ayres, used the Ayres list. I think if you look in your book now, the Spalding Foundation now refers to it as the Spalding vocabulary list. They've taken it over. I like to give Mr. Ayres credit for it. As a matter of fact, I have his original list from 1933. And it starts with the very words we're going to start with. It's the list that Mrs. Spalding would use. To say these words are commonly used, so if these are so common, why do they work the way they do? Why in do we hear ooh, but in go we hear oh? Okay? Rather than just memorizing D-O and G-O and being happy. Now we can, if we figure out why the words are spelled the way they are, we can use them when it's time to write multi-syllable words, right? So the words in his original list, list A only had 2 words, me and you. It would be good. But we're going to call it list A to G, because that first list is a very short list. On this page, it only goes to P. Anything that I refer to, you're welcome to look at every time it's here. You just can't take it out of room. But this Ayres list is the one that she used. This is the way it starts. But again, it's according to common usage. And I spent most of my career tutoring children who were having difficulty. And I often say to them, you know, we're ready for the first word, but what is the word that you think would be the most common word? In the last bajillion years, I've never had anybody tell it was the word me. They'll say me, which is very common, a, or it, or plenty of words. But we talk about ourselves a lot. Give it to me, tell me, show me. Mr. Ayres made this list in the days before computers. Now you just punch a button and it will show you what your common word by listing, by reading different authors and tallying. That was what he chose to spend his time. He came up with his list. The frequency of use is debatable, especially in today's world. We have words that we use all the time that aren't in this list because the list is unusual. There are words in writing 1,200 words, not we won't be writing on the screen. But during the course of this Spalding list, there are more than 1,200 words. That's not all the words that child will need, because it comes into school probably knowing 12,000 words. But the point of the list is to show you why the words are spelled the way they are, so you can use that to spell any other word that you want to use. It's not going to send the children to Washington, D.C. to be spelling checks. It's to use the facility that they have for analyzing during the spelling lesson. We would never do this during the reading lesson. It's during the spelling lesson that all the analysis happens. So that when it's time to read, that's already part of what they know, and they're able to transfer it. Okay? Rather than stopping and decoding every word. Why did we use a silent reading? That wouldn't help. It's going to be in the spelling lesson. All right. I want you to open this pink book to the very first page now. And if your guts are clear, make sure that they become clear. My book, by the way, is just like yours. I just have to take it apart and put sheet protectors on every page. At the top of the first section, the reason I gave the full preamble about Mr. Aries was because at the very top of this first section, we're going to write the letters A to G, A to section G, which means nothing to most of you right now. I'm giving you a little bit of information. It won't mean much to your children. But the words in A to G are much more common than when they get into the words in section R. Okay? It's divided into sections. It is not like a dictionary. We're not only going to do words that start with A or G. Okay? So at the top of this page, on the first line, I want you to put one finger on the line, on the sewing, on the first line, the top line. I want you to put the other finger on the midpoint, which is the line they've given to us, to divide into two columns. We have column 1, we have column 2. And on that top line, I want you to very lightly move toward the middle of that first column. And right above it, I want you to write a tiny line that goes in the direction you're reading from. Before that tiny line, we're going to write the uppercase A. That's when you have to learn the uppercase letters. You need it. Okay? So now on this side, you're going to write the uppercase A. Remember, you start at the top, go down from the top, and then connect in the direction you're reading right. On the other side of the hyphen, you're going to write the G. All the way around the clock, and pull it back in. We're going to start section A to G. Okay. The first word in your list, I told you, was the word me. When you write the word me, tell me the sounds, boys and girls, that you hear. What's the first sound that you hear? Mm. What's the next sound that you hear? E. Okay. We're going to write, if you're in kindergarten, I have to tell you we're going to write A. I don't have to tell you. E. But I am going to insist that you say the sounds to me. Okay? E. On that line, after A, you've written A to G, we're going to write the word me. In the beginning with your children, you would have them go ahead and write E. Repeat it back to me so that I'm going to write it. I'm skipping onto a step where I want you to end up, where your children will be telling you as they're writing, you're driving me, so I'm writing it at the same time. E, you're telling me we're all doing it together. That's not where you need to start. You're going to have to help a lot of leverage and take it a little more slowly, but you're going to, when they've gotten that, you're going to have to pick it up, move it on, okay? All right. So on your paper, what's the first sound again? And do you notice I hold up one finger for a one-letter phonogram? What's the next sound? E. And that's my other one. Especially kindergarten, first grade, right now, I would have you hold up your fingers. So everybody, hold up your fingers. You are now my students, not the teachers. So you're going to mirror what you do. If you're holding up your left hand, you're going to be writing in the wrong direction. I want you to think about where it will be on your paper. So all of you should be starting with your left hand and holding up this finger, so that you can see the word grow across your page. Does that make sense? And that takes a while for first graders. But once they get it, they now have another way to remember the spelling of that photograph. Which, if you look in your Spalding text with foundation, they held up two fingers like this, and they said point to the E. I start this way from the beginning, because as you're writing multisyllable words, you can see and feel that word grow. All right? Immediately here. If I'm standing here and saying me and here, it's not as easy for you to know what I'm talking about as if it pops up pops up E. If your child holds up your fingers, pops up pops up E. He has another way to remember. But he is physically having to account for each sound. Does that make sense? It's not, if you've been in another Spalding class, it's not what they've told you. I just feel like this works better. That's why I'm doing it this way. Are you okay with that? E. Is everybody okay with that? All right, yes. She held up her fingers, okay? She did not initially have all the children hold up their fingers. The reason that I'm saying to do it is because for years, I only held up my fingers. And I will tell you right now, if you haven't done this before, it feels awkward, and it's like, I don't know, this finger thing. And I took the class, watched her hold up her fingers, I started trying to do it with my students. As soon as I started holding up my fingers with my students, they started learning faster, because they could actually see it. But later, yeah. Yeah, one at a time. She would hold up two. Okay? I'm telling you that if the child holds up one at a time, you have a better way to remember. And I know that when I've worked with manual children having difficulty, but even the ones who are not, if they're holding up their fingers to find it, it's a better chance for them to remember, because once they started holding up their fingers, the learning curve immediately jumped. Because now it wasn't just watching me, it was them actually physically doing it. Okay? All right. So I would encourage you, even in 5th grade, especially in 5th grade, even in kindergarten, as soon as possible, they're accounting for the sounds on their own fingers. You won't do it on every single word. You don't need to, especially in 5th grade. Okay? But you do in the beginning, because you're trying to teach the program. Okay? They will need it to write encyclopedia, encyclopedia. So they'll use fingers and fist. So we're training them how to use the method. Did you have a question, somebody? Yes.
So if I'm a student, I'm going to use my left hand. If I'm a teacher, I'm going to use my right hand.
Yes, I'm having you be the student now. I will soon let you be the teacher, so then you're going to be totally confused. But now I want you to see what that child is.
So our left-handed students are going to have to put the pencil down.
Everybody has a pencil. And you'll always start over here, so you run in that direction. Okay? All right, let's write me in your book. As you write it, tell me the sound you're writing. What's the first sound? What's the next sound you're going to write? E. And I'm going to use FE. Now, go back to the beginning of this word. Let's see if what we did makes sense. What was the first sound again? Mm-hmm. And that's the only sound you can make perfect, right? That's the only thing we could have done. The next sound in the word was what? What's the next sound in the word? What do you hear next? E. But here we are, the first word out of the box. I told you that those phonograms told us the sound is most frequently used. This is not F, is it? No. But it's okay if it says E. We could hear F-E. We know you make it some sound. If your letter says its name, there are only 5 letters that can do that. What are they? A, I, O, U. Those letters can say your names, but if that happens, there must be a reason. It doesn't just happen because you said its name. It's because there will be a reason for it to say its name. In this case, this E is allowed to say E, and any vowel is allowed to say its name if it's at the end of a syllable. What's a syllable? Let's teach that right now. Repulsive. And I, especially with younger children, the quickest way for them to understand what you're talking about, say your name, and shall, say your name, after a syllable, that is the beat of the word. In me, how many syllables do you hear? In the English language, a vowel, A, E, O, and U, sometimes the I, but the vowels can say their names at the end of a syllable. When that happens, we're going to code it with our own secret archway coding to show that we know why that E says E. To do that in this case, we're going to put a line under the E. That line speaks to me. And when I say under, it's not touching the baseline. It's below the line of writing. That line says, E may say E at the end of a syllable. That's a spelling rule, boys and girls. I'm going to teach you 29 specific spelling rules during the course of our time together this year. I've already taught some of them to you. I just didn't tell you it's a spelling rule. I've taught some of these rules to you as teachers. I just didn't tell you. This one is so widely used, it's going to keep becoming more and more familiar and more useful to us. When a vowel says its name at the end of a syllable, that's rule number 4. Rule does not mean don't look for a red light. In this case, it's become a spelling rule because it's a pattern that's been used over and over and over again. Because it's so frequent, that's why it's a rule of the language. Doesn't mean something's going to happen now if you miss it, right? It's regular. But rule 4 says, E may say E at the end of a syllable. I want to move away from the word me about an inch, which is about the size of your knuckle, and we're going to write rule 4. And I'm only going to write the first sound for rule, and then a period, to show that I'm not writing the whole word rule. Every time I write an abbreviation, I'll use the first letter of the word and a period. There are other letters in the word. The teacher will tell you, you'll see it in the book. There'll be some other method to figure out what the other letters are. And you can count on being the first letter and a period to write an abbreviation. Rule, and then 4, we know how to make a 4, and then put 4 beside it, straight like that. Rule 4 says, any vowel may say its name at the end of the syllable. So we want to be specific to this word. So in this word, rule 4 says, E may say E at the end of the syllable. What's rule 4, boys and girls, and me?
E may say E at the end of the syllable.
Right. I don't want them to say, E may say its name, because what's its name? Or the vowel may say its name. What's the vowel? What's its name? Or at the end of what? Not the word. It happens to be at the end of the word, but it's at the end of the syllable. Be as specific to the sound as possible. When you are reading your teacher's guide or you're reading your regular reading, they're asking you to preview before you would even get to this word or before you get to any kind of a lesson or marking. You're previewing what's going to happen. So when they write the word be, they're expecting to write the set development line. This is Spalding, you can do that. If you read some of her handout that I gave to you, she talks about discovering it as you're there. You're part of Great Hearts. The whole point of the Socratic method is to discover. It's not to be fed. Okay? So we're finding out why this he says he. Right now, we're going to analyze his words to death. He may say he because it's at the end of the syllable. Okay? On the next line, we're going to write do. Hold up your hands and show me the sounds of do. What's the first sound? Do. Next sound? I want you to use o, oo. I don't have to tell you what to use. And maybe at this point they don't have to get their fingers up every single time. But they need to enough so that they know what you're talking about when it's time to do it. Okay? Do. Right? Do on your paper. First sound? Say it aloud for me to write. Now go back to the beginning of the word. What's the first sound you wrote? Do I have a problem with that? No, it's the only sound I can make. What's the next sound that you wrote? Did you write da? No, you wrote do. So the next sound that you wrote was oo. But I expected it to be ah, right? I learned my phonograms. I know it's probably ah. But it's not ah in do. Is it o? No, and I just told you o could say o at the end of the syllable. Could have said do. Doesn't scale, right? O, but I'm listening for the sounds to write. I'm not memorizing what the letters look like. I hear oo. Will ah, o, oo work? Yes, because it's making its number 3 sound, right? Ah, o, oo. Above oo, I want you to put a tiny 3 to show that it didn't make its first sound, it made its third sound. With the 3 above. And read the word do. On the next line, we're going to write and. He and I will be there. Hold up your fist. Still, students. First sound, at. Right. So it sounds a lot, so I can write it. If you're saying them too quickly, I'm not sure what your handwriting looks like. If you're saying them as you write it, right before you write it, you're going to all be together. Okay? If somebody's saying at and they're thinking about what they're writing rather than saying it as they write. Okay? Go back to the beginning. What was the first sound? Do I need to mark at? No. At A is making its first sound. I'm done. Next sound. That's the only sound you can make. I'm finished. Next sound. Another thing that the foundation says that I think can be improved. I don't think we just say, I don't want your students to only tell me what we mark. They need to go to the beginning every time and prove that what they've written is really what they wanted. How many times have you written something, and if you hadn't proofread it, you've been pretty embarrassed? It wasn't what you meant at all. It wasn't the letter that you wanted or whatever. We're teaching them to go back and defend what they've written every single time from the beginning. Just because the word is and in their remarks, it's not just and in the remark. It's at and we're done. Now, after we prove it, afterwards. Does that make sense? All right. On the next one, I want you to write go. Where did he go? First sound, please. And I won't always ask you next time. I'm expecting you to drive me as we keep learning. Back to the beginning, first sound. Do you expect me to mark it? Good job. His first sound, next sound is O. Who can tell me why they think the O might have been able to say O?
It sounds.
What does row 4 say? O may say O at the end of a syllable. Tell me again.
O may say O at the end of the syllable.
I want you to underline the O, just like when we had the E that says E at the end of a syllable. And what rule again was that? 4. Rule 4. So move about an inch away from the word to the about side of the mouth. On the next line, I want you to write at, first sound. And then together it says, even second grade at this point, you don't have to belabor every word. Now they're starting to roll. Certainly not, you can move on faster than I'm at kindergarten. Okay? On the next line, I want you to write on. Please put it on the table. I demonstrate a model sentence. Sometimes I'm not maybe model a sentence. Every time I say a word. In your reading, foundation will say do it every 1 out of 2 times. I think you can give a sentence, you can choose someone to give a sentence, but you want them to understand at this point, they haven't written any sentences for you over here, but they need to understand that the full meaning has to be there in the sentence. So you're already modeling it every time. Plus, they may not understand the word that you said. It may be great and I'm sure you said Ina. They don't know what you said. So model it in a sentence so that they can use it and the child is able to model the sentence too. I would not go around the class and ask for 4 sentences with the word on, even at first grade level. If it's a word that you they are not sure of the meaning, you're going to have to do more than 1 sentence. But that's not going to happen in this section. For you, it may later for you. All right, let's write on first sound. Back to the beginning. Everything's fine. All they have to say is They don't have to say nothing. They go on. Okay. On the next one, I want you to write A. I saw a funny movie. If I am speaking to you, I might have said I saw a funny movie. I don't say I saw a funny movie. I'm trying to teach you why the word would be spelled the way it is. We're going to say A for spelling. I will not stop you when you're reading or when you're speaking to me and say, oh no, it's not honey, it's A. No. In speech, it's okay, but for spelling, I want to know why that A says A. Let's write A. Markings? A. Are there any markings? Yes, what will I do? Okay. One person said, or there's somebody said 2, makes perfect sense to me. But I also heard somebody say put a line. Specifically, what would the line say? A may say A at the end of a syllable. Now I don't wonder why. A 2 says it says A, but I don't know why. Okay? It's true that it's making the second sound. But the line tells me why it's able to do that. Vowels do not say their names without a reason. A may say A at the end of the syllable. So you'll underline it. And comfortably close and not going to push away. We're going to write what roll. Okay. I'm going to start again at 12:30. I'm sorry it's such a short lunch break. I hope you're not going to take a break. So I was confused. So everybody did get it.
Yesterday. So but I believe I
And I'll bring that up again in case I didn't know what I was referring to. I knew that you didn't have the book, and if you could come in going a little bit, you feel better. Talk to you. Say each person. Should have. Sure. Right. And if you're a lead, bring a lead.
I set out as a
Right. So when she, right now, when she shared the book, we only have that I just don't like all of the sometimes just those always go for a while. So I've never seen the strength. My sister has it's not so if my sister yeah. I wish I had so I'm assuming that I do, but I just don't know exactly what it is. And my entrance was
Some of that teaches out of high school. It's just, you're like, oh, please don't do it. So good at everything. Oh, yeah. I'm trying to do it. She's already a little bit it's a couple of
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, when I and a lot of my
the rules.
Yeah, I thought so. Sorry that I was taking up
Oh, I get it. I went just went walk to my No, I
After you've done me and say, sorry for putting me through a line. Not at this point, we've already gone through all. We've talked about it, yeah, as we did. All right? When you read for reading now, I want you to read just the words that are here without saying it up. The first word, need, do, and, go, at, on, a. That's called reading for reading. So the point of that, and it's listed in a lot of classrooms, is when you get into your later words, you need to do it constantly with these words. It's certainly first grade, second grade, you need to be going through those many times, even after you've left them for a couple of weeks. Go back, turn to page 1, boys and girls, and read these two words, spelling, and read the reading. At that point, you should be able to read just the reading. That's the automaticity of the dogs. They have now become what you might call a cycle. They've never been a cycle because we've heard what they say, when we're writing something, we're not memorizing that this is what those letters and types of letters are going to be. We've proven that it works, but you're not done with it just because it's in your book. You're going to be going through these many, many times, younger ones, your words later. But often, so that when they're in a text, remember these are the words that are most commonly used. If we can read these automatically, then they pick up the book. They don't have to sound out every single word of it. They already know it because they've been reading it for 2 years. Okay? So that you constantly are going back. You can do it, you can turn into it certainly more than 1 time a day. Okay? And just because you're 10 lists away, you have 5 minutes to recess and don't have a huge plan. Open your books to page 3. Sometimes you can choose what page. Sometimes, what page would you like to do today? I'd like to do page 5. Okay, everybody open page 5. That's when the number is there, and And that's why we're all going to stay on the same line at exactly the same place. You will grade the notebooks every day. Okay? To do that, I think one of the best way to manage that is really a time management problem. First of all, in a given list of spelling words, which you get into your later list, you'll typically do 10 words a day, maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday you'll have a test for 3 words. Okay? So you've added 10 words to Monday, you've added these words to Monday. If you, on the day that they're entered, check your notebook in. First of all, I can guarantee you some of the children will spell the word, even though we put it in front of them, even though we've gone over it, even though we've done it. Some of them will spell the word. I'm hoping there are no fourth graders who will spell go, but it's going to happen when you go into your own words. If you go through, you and your aide go through daily to check those words, and they're responsible for getting them taken care of, your life will be easier, and so will theirs. To check the pages, I'm not talking about checking for a grade. One way that I've seen it, you can do it however you want to. But one way that seems to work well, just had a spelling lesson, it's time for reason. So it's time for a special book. Leave your book, open on your desk, and I'm going to run through. And if you have missed anything, you have anything on this page, which she doesn't, but if she did, I would put a tiny little check in the pencil. Not ink, not a red mark, just a little check. So when they come back in, I have to fix this. They won't ever be allowed to erase that. After they fix it, they will present it to you. So now you can see the book. Okay? It's not about giving them a grade that's in the book. It's so that they never see anything in their book that's incorrect. The whole point of this whole measurement of saying sound before you write it, when you're going to write, is so that there's a guarantee that that child doesn't see the word spelled incorrectly. You want to be pretty sure that they know what's going to go in the book. It's still going to happen. So I say that it will happen, but you have your odds are a lot better than if you're going over it and over it before you get to the end. Make it simple for you to be able to correct it right then. Make an erase in the book. This is the wrong way. Good question. Start checking it. And it's a daily thing. You get Thursday and Friday off to start checking the book because you're not in. That's where you get it. But if you wait until Christmas to check those books, you've got a big mess that you didn't even notice. Yes.
Would you also have them correct if they didn't make the letters properly, or just if they spelled the words wrong?
I would have them correct at this point if they really messed up on making the letters. If they made a D and half of the circle is below the line, whatever. Okay? I'm glad you brought that in because as you're doing a written phonogram test, you need to focus every day. Warn you what the focus is. Talk about it. Today, when I pick up your written phonogram test or WPRs, I'm going to be looking for straight line letters. Or I'm going to be looking, did all of your cloth letters start at 2 or all your tall letters tall and your short letters short. Not, I'm going to check everything, and it should be perfect. You have a focus that you're talking about that day, so they know it's for handwriting. That's what you're looking at. Nothing are reversing the B's and the B's, it's just one. Those are the students who need to keep working with to find those sounds. But no, it's not just about spelling, but it's also about marking, and it's also about letter formation. And you will know there are some children who are not capable of making this kind of note. They can't. But if they're doing the best they can and they're improving, that's all we're asking. We're asking for improvement. This is where you were, this is where you are. Not, well, Joey over here, is so much better, so you should have had a first one. Okay? When we're in the book with quizzes during the week, you may ask for markings. just to be sure that we're putting those markings in. The final test on Friday that you give, if that's the way you do it, typically that's what we would do. If you have a better arrangement, fine. But so long as they're test frequently, though. When you test on Friday, there will never be markings, there will never be rules. You'll always put the rules and markings in the notebook. And even quizzes, I wouldn't quiz more than 2 or 3 words. It's not like you're going to quiz 30 words to see if they can mark it correctly. Okay? But the things that you've been focusing on, was anybody paying attention on? All right. So let's pick up the pace and continue after A. I'm going to tell you the word that pretend out your very advanced, so we'll just keep on moving. Unless you have a question, please stop me. Okay? On the next one, I want you to write it. It is mine. You'll have to say the sound so I know what to write. It. And make sure you're not saying the sound before you write. So you're saying it. I can't write it that fast. Okay? So are you really saying it as you're writing? Because you have children who will say, it. No, you weren't ready for it. How did you get there so fast? Okay? Back to the beginning. It. And the word is it. On the next one, I want you to write is. Is it true? First sound. It. Back to the beginning. First sound. It. Do I need to mark C? What will I do, Marks? 2 on the top. Who told me a 2 on the top? Why would you like for me to put a 2 on the top? Yes? Makes a second sound. They may want to underline at this point in the teaching because the second sound is the second sound is the but S did not say S at the end of the song. The second sound and the 2 on top. The 2 will not touch the letter. So it'll be a small 2 above the On the next line, look up and tell me the sounds for she, first sound, and you'll hold up 2 fingers. They'll hold up 2 fingers because it took 2 letters to write that line there. We're not counting sounds on your fingers. We're showing that we understand and can account for the sounds that are in the word. So we have sh. Hold up 2 fingers. Sh. Next sound is E. Okay, write she for me. Don't hold sh. Just sh. Next sound. Back to the beginning. What will you tell me? We're going to have to underline this because what happened? We did not write different. It's not. We're going to underline over those 2 letters, show that they're together for one sound. If more than 1 letter for the sound, underline it, so then use the underline. Here's my sh. Next sound was E. Marking. Because. Okay, I heard rule 4, which is true. What does rule 4 say? E say E at the end of the syllable. And they will say that. Sometimes folks can say it to me. You're going to learn it faster because you're repeating it. Otherwise, I'm the one who goes, I can say it, so you say it yes. No, that line number just says word for putting those together. Okay? And then the rule 4, though, does tell me the ESAP that we use. Okay? Come to the next column. That's our free space. We're going to use it. On the next line, I want you to write can. You can do that. Tell me for some. Okay, check this down, especially with young children. They may say can, have to hear the you know it's because you know what to write. But they have to know that they want to write because if they say they can't find it. And it's that boys and girls that is making you think it might be that sound. Just as the will distort the vowel, we have to break it up enough that you can actually hear what's on your mind. One more time with your fingers. And the word is can. How do you write it? Beginning. On the next one, I want you to write C. Let me see what you mean. What's the first sound? Next sound is E. We're going to use the double E. I would talk to kindergartners about those two eyes looking at me. Okay, they're like, that's fine. I'm going to use it as my trick. It's not a reason. It's just a given. There are my two E's looking at me. Because E could have said E at the end of the syllable, right? That's right, C. First sound. You'll have to tell, the children have to tell you to underline. Very soon, probably tomorrow, we're going to shorten the pace how they talk to you to underline, particularly the older children. They would just say, speak once. They underline the two photographs together. By the time it's October, they're done. Because it's two letters. Yes. Just no. If it were one letter, does it mean that single letter vowel? You could say it's made of the syllable. This says E word. It took two letters to make that sound. On the next line, I want you to write run with me. Again. Don't use my dot. Next sound. First sound. Up, Don't assume. Don't let them assume that you go. And the only time you ever ask the question is that they were supposed to do something. Okay? Ask them if they're supposed to. On the next one, we're going to write D. The apple is red. First sound. Hold up your fingers. It takes two letters for this. What was the sound again? Don't hold up three. Only hold up the two you're saying. Next sound. E. You may say E at the end of the syllable. Your second graders will go, that's the. What do you mean D? Your first graders might be certainly your best. If I'm speaking to you again, the dog crossed the road. I can say the dog crossed the road. But the reason that E is there is because of the missing E at the end of the syllable. We're trying to define what it's done. Okay? So D for sound. Back to the beginning. Underline. Why did I underline it? Two letters to make one sound. What sound's getting made? Is it making this first sound? So what do I do? Between the two letters. It's the two letters they're saying this. Directly between the two letters. You don't have room to do that. Next sound is E. Underline, what does the line say? E can say E. Rule. All right. And the word is? D. To read these for spelling again, it would be is, she, at, eats, speak, run, etc. E, D. To read it for reading, and 2 weeks down the line, come back, let's read these words. We have me, do, man, go, out on, is, she, can, see, run, be, for them. That's what they're reading for, right? On the next line, I want you to write in, please come in. Make sure you're saying it as you're writing. Just write before you write. You're actually telling the pencil to put on the paper. If you wait till you've written it to say the sound, you're just reading it. You're not using the sounds to write it. Okay? you're saying it, and now I know what you're like. Yeah, I know what you're like. You know what it is. Yeah. On the next line, like so, that was so. But I heard, how many do you want me to write? You just want right? Don't let them hold it until they're ready to write the next letter. Okay? When you're reading, you as teachers, you as non-spoken people, we're taught to hold on to those sounds and push them together. You need to if you're reading. Okay? But we're not reading. We're breaking it apart to spell it. Different techniques. So, so. I'm reading it, so, it's not the same thing. And when your mind finally goes to that point, you'll recognize it. You'll feel a little tip. Now I'm finally writing these because I hear the sense. Right now you're writing, you're saying, and they will take it.
So the kind that makes us say, should we have it as already written?
Or I would say, I'm not holding it all the time I'm writing that. Oh. Okay. I don't have to say to make sure I get it all the way down. Okay. Mark it for sound. Underline. Rule. And that's what we're going to tell you. Underline. And we'll stop every now and then and say, what does that line mean? What does Rule 4 say? Okay? Not just memorizing a bunch of lines and numbers. Boys and girls, these lines and numbers are going to be anything to anybody outside of this room. It only is important to our friends at Archwell. We know what those terms mean. Your mom or dad, it's an expelling very well. Okay? So we're putting even more effort into finding out how to spell, so we can spell harder words. Okay? All right, on the next line, I want you to write, no, there was no time for that. Beginning. What does Rule 4 say to us in this word? Exactly. I don't want them to say that on the same thing. Tell me about this one. I'm not being good with the words you say. On the next line, we're going to. Now, my hands are kind of high for me too, so I'm sure that you can see. I don't want to mislead you to think that those children are supposed to have their hands up in the air. I want them to have their hands where they're actually seeing it, that they're actually using it. This is not for you, the teacher. This is so they start feeling and being accountable by it to others. If they have ow, they're counting sounds. What says ow takes one letter? Ow takes two letters. What ow is this? What phonogram will I use, class? Ow, O. Okay, just right now. Ow. Make sure you started your clock letter at 2 on the clock. If you didn't, you do it. Back to the beginning for sound. Ow. I want you to start at the beginning of that phonogram. Take that line all the way to the end of the phonogram. Make sure the line is below the line, not on the line. That phonogram says ow, O. Do I need to number it? No, it's making this for sound. Okay? On the next line, I want you to write name. Do you know that name? Next sound? And again, you'll have children who can't find that hat. On the next line, I want you to write 10. It took 10 minutes for some. At the beginning, with your sound. Any markings? No. And the word is 10. Turn page. At the top of page 2, or not going to use the top line, but the next line down, I want you to write tan. You write tan jacket. Hold up your fingers and show me the sounds. Make sure they know what word you're talking about. Right? And you'll talk about meaning for that word. And, first sound. Word is tin. They wrote this made of tin. Again, I had a totally different meaning, right? Tin. What's my vowel sound? Tin. Tin. That's right, tin. On the following line, we're going to write ton. Yes.
Maybe just your.
Oh, I'm sorry. But keep telling me. On the next line, I'm going to write time. The elephant weighs more than a ton. What does ton mean? Measurement of weight, right? You know. Kindergartners may not know it. When I say that word, the first sound I hear is what? What's the next sound you're hearing me say? To write this word, you have to remember to write A-O-U. So to pronounce this word for spelling, I must say for me to remember how to spell this. If I have a ton of laundry, I don't have 2,000 pounds of laundry, but I have too much. I didn't say I have a ton of laundry. When I test those first graders, that first week I won't say write ton, because next week I'll say ton. But I'm expecting them to say to spell. They would have to overpronounce this to be able to hear. No one says ton unless it's a long time, right? So we're going to tell them how to pronounce it. But in this case, watch out, boys and girls, because there is no F in this word. Make sure that when you spell it, every time you say it, you're writing, you're saying so you can write If you hear them saying, and write below, it's not correct. Because why suddenly does this letter say up? They shouldn't have written it. They really know it's an up. They're trying to train their brain. Fifth graders, you're training their brain. It's not about when you can spell a word. We're thinking in a new fashion. This section that we're in has the easiest words to spell because they're the most frequently used. However, it's one of the most difficult sections you will ever write because I'm asking you to think in a new way. All right? So we do have to spend the time. All right, one more time. With your finger, show me the sounds in time. Wait, one more time. And right. And your word is and then you've noticed, boys and girls, that when we wrote 10, all of these, and we wrote 10 times. All of these letters, or all of these words started with the same consonant, they all ended with the same consonant. They probably telling you that. But the meaning completely changed. This is not a family of words that you've been told about before. So when you're third grade students or come from someplace to say they're writing family. These words, the meaning is totally changed. But they do have a relationship. Consonants, but by changing the vowel, we completely change the meaning. We're going to tie all of these words together with a symbol that's called a bracket. So to do that, we have to do it. Anytime where your children are going to ask why, that I want you to know that when there is a bracket in your book, it's because in the original list there is either Mrs. Spalding or as a teacher, you have decided to add more words to the original list. Okay? It's the first word in the list, 10, is the word that was in the original list from Mr. Miller. And Mrs. Spalding said, well, if they could write 10, I want them to understand that 10 and Tom, whatever, 10, also have the same sound, but the meaning So she ties them together with a bracket. A bracket is a specific symbol that we're using this number. So to do that, I want you to go back to page 1 and find the word 10. We're going to tie it to the other word. So to do that, I want you to go to the word 10 and find the midpoint, which should be a little shorter than your cross on your T, and then go straight down to the line of writing and stop. Somebody asked me earlier about using rulers for these brackets or elsewhere in the book or underlining. My straight line down is not perfect. But I would rather see that than have them complicate their day, having to get that bracket or that ruler out, and now I've got to underline this. There's too much to learn to worry about that bracket, that ruler. Okay? It's as straight as possible. I could have done better. I could have really said it was pretty good for the first one. Okay? We're going to pull it down to that line of writing. Now we're going to take that line as though it were an imaginary line to tie it to all the other words. So we're going to start and tie 10, and time with that original bracket. I'm going to start all the way at the top line and pull a straight line here. Barely below the final line that I'm working on, and then I'm going to cut it. I'm not going to draw a line and then go back and do it. I'm going to start, cut out, straight line down, stop with the line we're working with, and in this case, we'll go to the next line, or the next page, straight line down. If you've been in a foundation course, I'm not sure about the rules that they did about it, but they all started, they would have left that first line blank at 10 and said, oh, we're going to do that, so we're going to turn, so you don't have to figure out where to write it. I think your kids are smart enough to do that. I don't think you have to read that space. I think they can get it, but now we've taken it to another page or so. All right? So I make the bracket. This is the way this is falling together. So you take it, and just deal with it. You didn't have to find it. There's some way to do it. Okay? All right. After the word time, we're going to write bed. You went to bed first. What's the first sound? Did you start with a line? Next sound? It's going to start a little shorter than that circle. Next sound? Just stop, first graders, stop, kindergartners, find it in your mouth before you run through. Back to the beginning. Put it on mark. First sound. Next sound. And does anybody want to underline the why don't you want to underline? It is 2 seconds, that's fine. Why? It looks like fun to me. And I've been in classrooms for the teachers, so we're going down to photograms. So they just start underlining the photograms without any. No, you're right, you won't. Because it's not the past tense of good. That's why. We learned Ed, it's the past tense, and we don't book today and Ed last week, right? Right. On the next one, I want you to write top. Please start at the top. First sound. We're going to check the pencil hold. You still have that circle happening in your pencil. Believe me, you're going to be happy if you actually do go to that. This is not my pencil hold that I grew up with. My first grade pencil hold was atrocious. And if I have a lot of writing to do, even after I put it for over 3 years, I really still do it. And suddenly my hand starts hurting. I look down, oh, there it is. That's why. I correct it. I mean, I know better. I fix it, and I'm able to write for another hour. It's much more relaxed for your hand. It's much more easier on the body. So, easier on the body. So, use it. Don't. You may not be able to use it today. You got to keep trying. Because it really is going to be more comfortable. If Did anybody pick up to make their P? You did, leave your race and do it again. There's no picking up for that. On the next line, I want you to write P. P didn't like her sound. And your children have to be driving. Again, that's not the way you'll start, but that's what you want to be. If they're telling you, instead of you telling them, they're telling you right. Back to the beginning, first sound. Well, you stop, what's the first sound? No voice. It's not I. Next sound is E. Underline, right in the underline. You can say E if you get the silver. Now, I want you to write a little form, but I would rather you tell me that you may say you get the silver. Because they can write a little form 45 times and not really understand what you're talking about. And first graders are not going to understand what you're talking about there anyway. They're just repeating it back. And finally, it's like, oh, there's the E. Oh, it's E. It's in the silver. That was reinforced. Okay? All right. On the next line, I want you to write U. Please hold up your fingers and you're still U, first sound. Yeah. Next sound. That's going to take 2 letters. What's the phonogram I'll use for U? Ow, O, U, Do you see what he has on the phonograms? You can't mark it if you don't know. Ow, O, U, Which sound was this? Is it ow? O, U? Yes, so you'll help me mark it. Let's write a U. First sound. Sound U. Back to the beginning. Yeah. Do I need more here? Next sound is U. That took 2 letters. Ow, O, U. Have them hold up their fingers. Ow, O, U. So they're not just memorizing, oh, when I do the word U, I remember there's a 3, but they're really explaining why it's there. With the 3 letter between the 2 letters with a on the next line. On your fingers, help me write will. Will, that word, first sound. Next sound. That's all I hear. Somebody's smart. Somebody knows they want me to write another one. But all I hear is this, right? What, it, will. That's it. So, those of you who want me to add another, do you have any idea why that would be okay? No. Why not? Okay. Unless you've considered these before, or you've taught it. So at this point, boys and girls, you asked me to add another will because you're so brilliant. You're exactly right. But do you hear another will? Do we say will? No. We just say will. It should have been good enough. However, we're going to find in the English language that we often double will at the end of a one-syllable word, will. Is it one syllable? Yes. Will. If it came after a one-letter vowel. It must be one syllable at the end after a one-letter vowel. Okay? Help me write feel. First sound. Do I double? Why not? It's not a single vowel. It's not a one-letter vowel. Parallel. 5th graders. Do I double the L at the end of the word? You're thinking about why, how do you spell it? Do I or don't I? Yes, why? Is it okay? It does have a single vowel. Pair, ow, wool, add. There's my single vowel, wool. There are a lot of L's in there, right? So what it sounds, it seems like, I know there were a lot of L's somewhere. But, why don't I double? You can tell me why I'm telling you can't. Sorry? It's not a one-syllable word. So I cannot put an extra vowel. Okay? The rule tells me why I cannot. If you only think about what you think you've seen somewhere, you're going to be convinced I'm not seeing extra. Okay? April. Can I double? No, it's not a one-syllable word. Foul. Can I double? Does it matter which one I'm trying to? No. There's nothing that can say out, there's one letter. All right? But I often double fold at the end of a one-syllable word. What if all is always going to happen? Old. I'm going to explain why this is here. I often double fold at the end of a one-syllable word after a one-letter vowel. And if you keep your language one syllable, one vowel, it's easier. Okay? Both things have to happen. And prove it to, especially the older kids, because they think, I am so knowing what this is. Okay, so you prove it to them. Ask the questions after the will begin. Let's write will in your paper and I'll mark my first one. And it's okay to add another, right? That's what we do for some. And I will not underline that. L can say L in the syllable. It does not take two L's to suddenly say full. It only took one. But the rule that I quoted to you, that says we often do this, it's okay. We often double full at the end of a one-syllable word after a one-letter vowel is Rule 17. You jumped up to Rule 17. Decided, I want you to write Rule 17. Help us remember why that extra full is. Okay? Full is not the only letter that we got. And for your older children, and certainly for you as teachers, I want to go to a cheat sheet at the top of this page that shows what applies to Rule 17. One letter that's often double at the one syllable is the full. So come up to the top and write two L's. And mark at the top of the page. Below it, tell me the sounds of a sniff for a second. Is it okay to double? Yes, because you know how to spell it. And it's often okay to double. Duff. Okay? It's often double at the end of a one-syllable word after a one-letter vowel. So write two F's below your vowel. If I say miss, did you miss it? Tell me sales. Is it okay to double? Yes. This is another consonant in a one-syllable word after a one-letter vowel, right? But it doesn't have to be a one-syllable word. Business, address, progress. It does have to be at the end of the word. It does have to be after a single vowel. It just doesn't have to be one syllable. One syllable. Okay? So below it, write two L's.
It's the same rule.
It's the same rule. It's still Rule 17. I think in your text, when you look at the rules, I think it's all it says is one syllable words, but that's really not true for this. Okay? It's true for the F and the L. We will not double those letters at the end of a word unless it's one syllable. And I'm not telling you you must. No, I'm saying if you do double, you have this rule to say that's okay. All right? But we're not, if I write us, I'm not telling you you have to double now. So if you do, if I write last, it was okay. All right? Does that make sense? I want you to bracket the full, so you're going to start the size of a short letter, lower than the top of the hole, and cut below the two S's. And on the outside of that, I want you to write Rule 17, just as a reminder that that's the rule that tells us that we can double consonants. Now, there are other consonants that we double every now and then, but they don't follow this rule. If I want to write egg, yes, we're going to put another good, we're going to call it Rule 17, but don't expect to start doubling good. Okay? Don't think you're going to start doubling T's. Okay? If you double a T, it's probably because it came from another word. All right. On the next line, after will, is everybody okay with this? On the next line, I want you to write we. We were late. First sound. Okay, my hands are totally not on the board, so don't, because because I'm trying to keep it where you can see. But yours should still be up here in the circle and make that book be where your arm is rather than moving your arms over. So I'm not modeling. Okay. On the next line, oh, what about read? First sound, what? E, underline, roll, 4. And that's where you want them to be. They're immediately saying what, E, underline, roll, 4, so you're all together right. Move on. On the next line, I want you to help me write my. It is my turn. First sound. Next sound. I. Can I use it, I here? Why not? And they already know that just because we do phonograms, right? So which phonogram should I use instead of the I? Yeah. Yeah. I. Let's write it. I'll help you mark it. First sound. I. Say I. Back to the beginning. First sound was next sound I. We know if you had written an I, would it be okay for I to say I at the end of a syllable? The end of a syllable. Is it okay for I to say I? What do you think? Yeah, like side up, right? We're going to mark it the same way we would if it had been an I actually saying I. Y will never say I, or sorry, Y will never say Y, but Y can take the place of the I again. There are a whole conversation about the E sound. I can say I at the end of a syllable. This time the Y said I at the end of a syllable. Since that happened, I want you to mark it the same way we did with E said E at the end of a syllable, O said O at the end of a syllable. So when you underline it, watch what I do. I'm still going to underline my I, but I'm going to come up underneath the letter and stop when I get to the line, the down line. Everybody see that? I don't fly through it. I take my time and mark it correctly. Just to the down line. It makes it easier to read that way, and for the reader to read. And your job is to make it easier for that person going to be checking their notebook. Them to read. Rule 4 tells me that A may say A at the end of the syllable, E may say E, O may say O, U may say U. The I and the Y get their own rule because they typically say it, even at the end of the syllable. They typically say it. So when they do say I at the end of the syllable, we give them their own rule. But it's not too terrible because we just jump up to the next rule. Instead of rule 4, it is now rule 5. So I and Y, in this case, we're saying the Y may say I at the end of a syllable. That's rule 5. And yes, your children will be writing these rules, and they're probably going to know better than you do very quickly. And they actually kind of like it that they have to write those rules. And if they keep repeating what the rules are, they actually have a way to remember. All right? We're going to write, I'm not too concerned that they always know rule 5, but I do want them to know that when I say I at the end of the syllable. So we're going to write rule 5. Make sure you make a straight line down around the clock and the end cap on top. Put a comma. Because when we did your phonograms, and as we're doing this word, you told me that English words don't fit with I. Everyone in my classroom knows that. Great. What I didn't tell you is that's rule 6. So we cited 5, write 6. Rule 6 says English words don't end with I, so I'm going to use the Y instead. Okay? Every time you write a Y, it does not mean you're going to write 5 and 6. Depends on what happens in the word. Come to the next column and write up. Please sit up tall, back to your scholarly position. First sound. Stay on the line, around the clock, back to the beginning. Up. On the next line, write last. This is not the last word. You mark it, boys and girls. So, last. Right in this one. On the next line, I want you to write not. This is not the last one either. Not. First sound. Beginning. The word is not. On the next line, mark us. Show us what you remember. Person. Us. Read it with me. Us. You tell me. Get me back there. Don't make me wait for you. No, it's October. Okay? So it's August. On the next line, I want you to write am. I am ready for some. Beginning. On the next line, hold up your fingers, and you notice I don't do it on every word, even with first graders by now. Good. That was a good idea. First sound. Good. Next sound. What is this photogram? Mark two fingers up. Raise your hand if you're sure you know. Raise your hand if you're not sure you know. Yes? I know that would take one letter. What I need to do, one more try. You can tell me what this photogram is? That's why they have to. That's what you do for this. Can't forget. Now don't let me mislead you. I don't want you to stop and say da, da. You're going to say ga, and if you need to talk, and then da, then you need. What are you planning to write here? I don't want somebody to write or or something they dreamed up for that sound. I want to be sure they know to write before we put it on the paper. Okay? Is everybody clear what I'm writing here? Yes, 7-year-olds, Now you know what to do. We're writing two letters. Okay? Let me reiterate. Be sure the whole point of the fingers is for them to be sure of what they're doing before it goes onto the paper. Because if they misspell the word the first time, it's because they thought that's what you meant. And now that's in their brain. And it's going to take another 10 times of doing it correctly to get that out of their head. Be sure they know what they're going to write first before it ever goes down. Okay? It's not like a pretest that we're doing. We want them to know what they're writing. Okay. Help me write good. First sound. Good. You start with a circle, straight line, straight line. Help me mark it. First sound. Underline. I see good. Why a 2? Of what photograph? Yes, and they would reinforced in their brain, not just write a 2, but write a 2 over Now we've reinforced that sound we're talking about. You would not put a 2 first. You told me exactly right. You're going to underline it, call attention to the photogram. It took 2 letters. Now, did it say its first sound No, so you're not finished. Second sound, put a 2, and now we're ready to go to D. Okay? Read these sounds again. Good. D. And the word is? Good. Okay. All right. Let's keep going. On the next line, help me write the sounds in time. We are not quite out of time. What's the first sound? What's the first sound? I. That's all I hear. Is that all you hear? Some of you are pretty smart. What do you want me to do here? Add an E. Why? Anybody know why I would add that E? I don't want it to be a short letter. I'm only glad you said that. We're not making it any longer than normal. It's a short letter. But we're going to help. What I told you about vowel saying their names, I've only told you one reason for that to happen. It should have been at the end of the syllable, right? Any vowel say its name at the end of the syllable. A-E-I-O-U. I definitely said its name, didn't I? Is it at the end of the syllable? No. We have to do something to help this I say I. That's why we add a silent final E. Silent, it says nothing. I don't hear any more sounds. Final, it must be at the end of my base word. We'll talk more about base words. But it's the end of a word with no end. If you write time in, a base word would still be time. Time. But I don't have a way for my I to say I. There's only one letter in the entire alphabet that can do specific jobs at the end of a word. The silent final E can do a particular job at the end of a base word. In this case, the E's job is to jump right over this consonant. What's a consonant? Any letter that's not a vowel. What are the vowels? A, E, I, O, U. Sure they understand what we're talking about. It can jump over one consonant. It can even jump over two consonants, boys and girls, back to the vowel to help it say its name. Tell me the sounds in paste. What are the sounds in paste? A. A. How's that A say? It's not going to work. It's not at the end of the syllable. What do you want me to do? Add an E. It jumped over two consonants last time. It must jump over one. It could jump over two, but it won't be an E sitting right next to the letter to say its name. It's got to jump over at least one consonant. And generally, that's what happens. There's only one consonant between the vowel and the E. When that happens in time, we added the E. We see the mantra is where a vowel, consonant, silent, final. Let me help you mark it. First, let's write time in your book. No one at the top, touch your letter above it. Next sound. I. And you want me to add the E, say E. E. We don't hear E, we're reminding ourselves to write E. Okay? Back to the beginning. First sound, I don't have to do anything there. I, if it had said it, I'd leave it alone, but it didn't. It said I. So I'm going to underline vowel, consonant, silent final E. That's the first job a silent final E can do. That's the one job that you probably all knew about. Your second grade teacher told you about it, first grade teacher. All right? Or you've already taught it that way. But what you might not know about it is that silent final E has other things it can do. That's the one it does usually. That's why it's job one. And I'm only going to mark it vowel, consonant, silent final E. Line. I'll make you happy because it's just that little bit of marking. That's all we do. On the next line, help me write have. Have you thought about this? What's the first sound?
So there's no rule for that? Like no rule?
No. It's actually, all the silent E's are rule 7. We'll never write rule 7. Okay? Thank you. All right. When you write have on the next line, help me do it. First sound. Have. You want me to put an E? All right. Why? Oh, you have good. But if I think is the affected the spine, right? Does the need a add spine? But what did you say again?
V in English, V's not the last letter.
Right. English words don't end with a V. We have Russian loan words in our language that end with a V, but English words don't end with a V. English words don't also don't end with a U. They can end without O, we just saw that, but they don't end with a U either. In this word though, they can't end with a V. So you're right. I'm going to add an E. Let me help you mark it. First sound. Don't have to do anything. Next sound. I don't have to do anything there. The next sound is that's the letter that created the problem. That's the letter that needed the E. Underline blue. I want you to put 2 lines under the E. From now on, forward, if a letter is silent, we will put 2 lines under that letter, including the silent final E. The only time we won't do that is in the case of job 1. In time, we'll just do vowel consonant, line 1, 1. Okay? But here, we're going to put 2 lines under the E, and we're going to write a little 2 beside it and call it job 2.
The I is just like a sound, or no, because
No, the marking speaks to me. The marking says the E is here to help the jump over this and help the ICI. I had to mark it, I had to underline it. Right. You all see that line? Yeah. Okay, I had to underline that on something, but I don't need to put a 2. I would put a 2 if I couldn't figure out why it happened. But so far, we're doing great, figuring it all out, right? On the next line, let's write blue. The sky is blue. Tell me the sounds. B. Next sound. Tell me the name of the next letter you're going to write. U. U. We do not say you unless you're French. Americans, English say blue or oo sound. But boys and girls, it's the U, trying to say you, it's just our mouth won't let us do it easily. Okay? The U is trying its best to say you. You can say you at the end of a syllable, right? Should be fine. Why do you want me to add an E? English words at the end of U. The U would have been good by itself. U says you at the end of a syllable. It's not going to work. I have to add an E because English words don't begin. Okay? All right. Let's write blue. The sky is blue. Back to the beginning. The, U, I must underline the U, that's the letter that needed the E. 2 lines under the E because it's silent, that's still job 2. Job 1 says that the E can help the vowel say its name, generically. In this case, it was the E without the ICI. Job 2, English words don't interfere. Okay? On the next line, help me write chance. He didn't have a chance. Hold up your fingers for a second. Now, at about this point, you're finally getting your 4th and 5th fingers to 10th. Chance. First sound. Next sound. Ah. Watch out, because there's that ink again. Ah. Next sound. Ah. But I'm in 7. I want to write an S. I think S first. I think S. But if you do that, it's telling me it's probably more than one chan. I don't know what a chan is. I have to tell that 2nd grader, I need for you to use S. We can say S. If it's followed by an E, I, or Y. Can I put an I at the end of the word? No. Do you think a Y would be silent? No. We better use the silent final E. The job of the E here is to help this say S. Okay? All right. On your paper, you write chance. And keep in mind, this group, you can go with this pace button, right? Not you. You will maybe spend a week on 3 of these words in kindergarten by the time you get to them. Okay? But, and that's fine. But not, even 1st grade, they should be able to do all these. Let's keep rolling along, okay? Certainly, you should finally found something that intrigued them all like that. They didn't know that before. All right? Write chance in your book, help me. Back to the beginning. First sound. Good. Next sound. Underline the C. That's the letter that needed the E. Put 2 lines under the E because it's silent. That is now job 3. But it's not that you can't put a C at the end of the word, if you write picnic, music, right? It's because it changed the k to s, we need it, right? Come to the next column. No, all we have to do is look at the next letter, and that next letter, E, I, or Y, tells me that it says always. So I don't have to do anything. Okay, yes?
Is this rule 1, 2, 3?
No, these are jobs. This is jobs 1,
Jobs
2,
four.
3. Yeah, it's actually rule 7, we'll just never call it rule 7. Okay? It's the jobs of the silent final lead. All right? And your children, after you've reviewed this enough, should be able to come in and just tell you what job you silent final lead. Not today. You can't. But tomorrow you can. All right. After chance, come to the next column and let's write charge. How much do you charge? Help me write it first down. Next one. R. That takes 2 letters. Don't let them write 1. R. J. Y. E. Who said E? You're right. But why is it there? Why do you think it might be there? They changed gut to jut. The only way gut, they say jut, is followed by E, I, or Y. The 3rd graders and up already should know that because you talked about it in front of them. You're going to have to introduce it. You didn't talk about it in the first place when you told them okay? But you have to now when you're at this point. But by now you're in November, whatever. Okay. So help me mark this. First down. Underline R, underline J. Can you underline? Make sure it's under the circle, to the down line, not through it. The E is silent, the 2 lines, and write it through. Job 1, E lets any vowel say its name. Job 2, English words don't end with V or U. Job 3, it lets say S. I'm going to say J. I do not let them get away with saying, well, it gives the C a second. I have no idea what that is. Tell me what the sounds are. What you really mean is the, now I can say S. The good, they say J. But you have to think harder to say it that way. Yes?
Is there any point, like I noticed you said the name of the letter earlier. Is there a point where we start referring to the letters as with their names, or are they
No.
always referred to by their sounds?
Yes. Okay. Now, I did say English words came with V or U. I didn't say they don't end with U book. I don't want to unnecessarily complicate it, but I also want to stay with the sounds if possible to keep them thinking what sound is it making. I'm helping them learn to listen for the sound because that's what's determining. It's not just a C there.
So my question is, for us having 5th graders, 3rd graders coming in, they've already been introduced, like these are the names of the letters.
Yeah.
So if you got somebody fresh, kindergarten, who maybe had never been to preschool,
You're going to have to teach them the names of the letters.
so they will learn the names of the letters?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I'm wondering.
But it's not going, they're not going to spend nearly as much time doing that as they're going to talk about the sounds of the letters. But no, we don't want them to leave kindergarten and have no idea what the time about when you say write a D. Or spell your name to me, D-O-B-B-Y, it's not going to be good. Although the spelling word is better, if they're writing bad, I would like for them to get their fingers up and tell me what bad do. If they're going home and saying D-E-D to their mom, or having a little spelling bee in your class, and you're saying, okay, spell charge for me, and they say C-H-A-R-G-E, you just undid what you're trying to do. Or you can have a spelling bee. We have spelling bees at Veritas at the end of the year, 1st grade. 5th grade did this year, and there were probably some grades in between it did. But I witnessed those, and they are writing their words as they're good. They're not saying their names in the letters. Unfortunately, I've also seen some classrooms that do say the names in the letters. But, okay. And, yeah, all these kids are gonna come in trying to type the names of letters. You just keep bringing them back to the sounds. The sounds are what's gonna make the word make sense. If I want to write cat, and I ask your student to tell me how to spell cat, and they tell me C-A-T, that's what I'm going to write. They made it 3 syllables. Okay? If I want to write at, and they tell me A-T, I think we'll talk about this. The sounds. Okay? Any other questions about that? Yes.
Is there a rule like, it's not that,
We don't end a word with a J, but I don't stop and talk about it, but there aren't any English words that end with a J either. It's just I don't ever have to deal with that because I'm going to have another phonogram that I can't end with. It takes 3 letters. Okay? And with chance, this would work just fine, but we're going to pull back and use it more as an ending to make it plural so many times. I don't mean more than one chain. Okay. And it would have worked just fine for them to put and even put an E after it. We have words like that. So you're going to have to tell them sometimes which one to use. It's not that you couldn't possibly ever write an S for what was the point of that? Yeah, of course you can. But in this word, the reason it's okay for them because this E's got emphasis. All right, after charge. Tell me, this is the first time you've done a word of more than one syllable. So write the word little. I want you to hold one fist up and tell me what the first syllable is, and then the other fist up to tell me the second syllable. Say the syllables to me for little.
Little.
Again?
Little.
Okay. Now what I really hear if I'm 5 years old, I don't say little. I say little, right? Lit. You have to guide it. It's lit. Lit. Tell me the sounds of lit. Lit. You can do that. I don't have to do it with you. Toll. Tell me the sounds of toll. Toll. Okay. Are there any other sounds? No. But you're all smart. You want me to put what? Anybody have an opinion about this? It's not going to change any sounds, is it? It's not helping. Is it doing anything over here for this it? No, it can't jump back to another syllable and jump over 3 letters. No. Is it because I can't end a word with a ol? No, we've even ended with 2 L's, right? Is it because I'm changing the sound of No. When I wrote lit, what's my vowel sound? It. It. Boys and girls, every syllable must have a vowel. We have no English words except, which is some of your names, that are syllables without a vowel. We must have a vowel. Is t a vowel? Is ul a vowel? No, neither one of those consecutive. That made you stop saying names, right? Ul, no vowels. What's the only vowel that can sit at the end and say nothing at all? The silent final E. That's why we added it, because every syllable must have a vowel. Okay? Help me write little, but first, only write lit. And you'll do a better job keeping all of you together. And it takes some work, because they're all over the place. But we want to do, try to be working together as you do. Let me write in syllables. Boys and girls, from now on, if you have words of more than 1 syllable, no matter how many syllables it has, we're going to leave the space of a circle letter to show that we're writing a new syllable. We're not putting a slash, we're not putting a dot, we're going to leave the space of a clock letter, circle letter, okay? So I'm going to leave a space here before I write tool. What's the first sound of tool? Tool. And then I'm going to have all right? Back to the beginning, what was the first sound? O, N. Anything marking the first syllable? No, everything was fine. Can tell me why I needed the E? Every syllable needs a vowel. This letter is silent, put 2 lines under it, put it silent. That's its 4th job. Okay? So now, we have 4 ways. You can let any vowel say its name. English words can't end with B or U. You can let say, or Gus say Joe, every syllable leads back. Okay? There's one more kind, the last kind of silent line B, we're going to show on the next line. On the next line, I want you to help me write the word are. Are you thinking? What's the first sound you hear? Are. Are. Takes 2 letters for are, from are. Anybody in 2nd grade and up probably knows there's an E on it, right? So go ahead and write your E. There's an E on here. What was the first sound again? R. That took 2 letters for that sound. Underline it all the way, Mrs. Spalding would say, to the letter N. All the way to here, not here. All the way to here, under that R. R. Do we need any more sounds? No. Is this E here called A? No. Is this E here? Sorry. Because I couldn't end the word with an R? R all the time. Is the E here to change the sound? No. Is it here because I needed a vowel? No, you already have a vowel. I wrote car. R-U-L. This E, boys and girls, and we call it a no job E. Now, before you say, well, I knew this one would always work. Okay? Go ahead and mark it, and I want to talk to you about it. We're going to put 2 lines under it because it's silent. And next to those 2 lines, we're going to write a small font. Make sure all those numbers are where I put my numbers. Beside the 2 lines, not the size of the 2 lines. Not way down low or up on the line. Beside the 2 lines that you're talking about. Silent line. This word R used to be pronounced 500 years ago, RN. In Old English, the word was RN. So you get that, right? No one, if I'm speaking to a first grade class, I'd say, who there was a what? Right? That's the way people spoke 500 years ago. That's Old English. It means where'd you come from? Right? That's not the way we speak now. But it's still English. The word R, as RN, was still English, but to spell it, we have kept the E. You and I, children or teachers, are not in control of just dropping some letters because they don't have a reason to be there. We are going to use the standardized spelling, and that E is there. But it knows it has a reason to be there. So we're going to put 2 lines under it and call it no job. Same thing happens in come with me, make them come at. House was not housen, but it was house. It looks like it's plural pattern. They have no job. Most of the time, even though I'm telling you they have no job, I can usually tell you that. But it's not affecting the sounds or a rule in the word, so we call it a no job. Don't let them call all silent final E's no job because that's what they'll start doing if you're not careful. They do have jobs. It's just that good kind.
Are there any other words in the English language that have that same E?
Is there another word? Come. Go with me. People come. F. I used to hear the F. Okay. Yes.
Would that fall under the rule or job before since it's a single syllable? Never mind, because it wasn't.
Now wait a minute. So why isn't it job 4?
It's not a job before because it used to be a 2-syllable word, right?
It used to be. In little, why did I need an E?
Because every syllable needs a vowel.
Right. So in R, do I need an E? Because the syllable needs a vowel.
Yeah.
What's the first sound of R?
R.
R. Is R a vowel sound? Tell me the sounds in car. No, tell me the sound you're hearing car.
R.
What's my vowel sound? Is it
R.
R?
O.
R is a vowel sound. Okay. And that's what there is. I hear R, that's a consonant. But that's what it's the same thing in her. What's my vowel sound in her? In rat, what's my vowel sound? Ah, not the same. Okay? And that's really, when that finally sinks in, it's so useful. When you're writing in syllables, if you hear a syllable, you get a vowel sound. You might want to learn the her first or circle. But if you don't need a vowel sound, use the consonant. Okay? All of it you're doing now is laying the foundation for much more difficult. Okay? So no, the syllable already had a vowel. I don't have any reason to add it except I want to spell it correctly. Okay? Yes.
What do you do if there's the E is performing two jobs? You do it default to the first one, it's job one.
We always go, no, we don't go to job one. Okay, if we write the word live, there was a live snake in there. Tell me the sounds. I, move. I'm done. But where do I go to figure out what happened in the word? Beginning. I go to that's okay. Whoops, that's not okay. I need an E. Okay? The E is here to help you. I say the V is not, the V is fine because it's no longer at the end. Okay? So it's doing, we go back to the first thing that happened in the word, not the first job necessarily. If you write live, it's not doing a thing for my kid. It's here because I needed the V to not be at the end. So I have to add it. Okay? Anybody else? Okay. We're going to bracket all of these words. So start back where you've written the word time. Start where you've written the word time and cut out away from the word at the midpoint with a straight line down and stop when you find the word chance. Stop on the line where you've written the word chance. Did I talk about lowers? I talked to somebody at break. Okay. All right, we've gone to the end of chance and stop. So start at the top of the next column, straight line down. Up in tiny, below R. You cannot touch the underline in R or it's going to be too hard to read. There needs to be some kind of a space between those, so you're not making it more difficult to read. The reason that we did all of these words, and again, your pace depends on capabilities of your students. I again gave you an idea of this is what you want to cover, and this is where you'll be at the beginning of October, if you're 5th grade or if you're 2nd grade. You'll use your teacher's guide, but the Archway Spalding guide is there for you to see this is probably where I should be. Either we're going too slow, or maybe they're going too quickly and they're not really going to get it. Okay? So just kind of monitor it and I'll be helping you. All right. The reason that we did all these jobs of silent final E, in Mr. Ayers' spelling list, he had up, last, not, us, and good. The next word in his list was little. I cannot teach you the word little without talking to you about silent final E's. Rather than giving you pieces of information, I told you all of the jobs of silent final E's, and we'll now use that later. All right? But for now, I want you to write the word little on the next line. Yes, you just did it. Now it's an old French. Write it again. Write little. First sound. Back to the beginning, for my work. underline twice, and that's job. That will be the last time, since we're now at second grade, third grade, fourth grade level, when we write in syllables, I'll want you to tell me the syllable and write, and then we'll go back. We still have the same sound to be able to mark it, to defend it, to give it a mark. Kindergarten can still be saying okay? But we're trying, we want to get them as close to what you're writing. If you're going to write the word encyclopedia and you're writing a paragraph, I want their brain to be trained to think encyclopedia. Okay? They do have to think in syllables. Okay? Right. And then if they're not sure about the spelling, they have the tools to go back and say the sounds that I get everything. Okay? On the next line then, to write the word ago. I knew him long ago. How many syllables do you hear? 2. What's the first syllable? So you, the people who are saying ago, I will write you, because you want me to think that you say you at the end of the syllable. Yes? No. So I'm not going to write is that schwa, lazy sound that Americans in particular have? Go. Guttural sound. The accent of this word is on which syllable? What does the syllable say it's accented? Go. The accent syllable is go. When you are writing second graders, first graders, anytime a word has more than one syllable, the one that doesn't get our voice is going to be the syllable that's most difficult to spell. So we have to give even more attention to that unaccented syllable than we do the syllable that we can hear. You all know how to write go. But what I heard you say was go. I've got to figure out what I'm going to write here. Because I don't agree. I'm not going to write you go. Okay? What letter do you want me to write here? And for the first grader, I would tell them, I'm going to write A. Go. Fourth grade should tell you A. Would it be okay for A to say A at the end of the syllable? Yes. Go. Is it okay for the O to say O at the end of the syllable? Is it okay to follow the same rule, the same word? Okay? A, go, is what I'm going to write. And as I write it, I'm going to say those syllables precisely. I am not going to say and write an A. I'm going to say A and write A when I say A at the end of the syllable. Go. A, go. I'm only going to say the syllables. How many syllables you're going to write? And hold up your fist and show me. A, go. Write it. First syllable. A. Don't forget to leave the space of the clock letter. Go. Okay? Go back to the beginning. What was the first sound of your word? A. Why did the A say A? Class? A may say A at the end of the syllable. How do I mark it? Underline. What rule is it? I will take care of it right now. Many teachers wait till the end of the word and then ask for the rules. I think it's creating more work for the child to do it. I want them to think, oh, I got it right now. I'm taking care of A. Well, rule told me rule 4, write it down. It doesn't matter that much in Go, but it matters a lot in arithmetic. That I've got to go through and then I've got to go back again to find out what rules are in here. That example. But I don't want to go back 3 times. I'm going to go back twice. Take care of the rule as you find it. Rule 4 says A may say A at the end of the syllable. Go back to where you left off. What's the next sound? Go. O. Markings. Underline. O may say O at the end of the syllable. Follow the same rule. Okay? All right. On the next line, with your fingers. Tell me the sounds in old. He is 10 years old and thinks he knows everything. What's the old, first sound. O. And your first graders might say old. I can't find the O very well. Don't. O. Don't say old. Okay? Watch out. O. Next sound. O. say O though, I hear it. I know it's not all. This is the third and final way, boys and girls, that an O can say O. We know that every vowel can say its name at the end of a syllable. We know that every vowel can say its name followed by a silent final E, right? The O may say O, followed by two consonants at the end of a one-syllable base word. Tell me the sounds in most. O. How did the O say O? Right. O may say O followed by two consonants at the end of a one-syllable base word. The only other letter that is allowed to follow this rule is the I. The O and the I can be followed by two consonants at the end of a one-syllable base word. Tell me the sounds in kind. I said I, followed by two consonants, into the word. Into the word, right? I can say I followed by two consonants at the end of the word, right? Only the O and the I. The A will never do that. The E will never, the U will never. But the O and the I may. In this case, the O said O, not because it was the first letter, because it was followed by two consonants at the end of a one-syllable base word. Your last words. That's rule 19. Okay? Yes?
When you say a base word, you just mean just a one-syllable word, or?
No, I mean, and you need to explain that to them. I mean a word that has meaning of its own without any kind of an affix. Not a prefix, not a suffix, or what we would call ending. I call it endings instead of suffix. You can call them suffix if you got it. But if I wrote olden, it happened in the olden days, my base word is old, and I'm going to add the ending N. So can my O say O? It's followed by two consonants at the end of a one-syllable base word. Okay? Not two consonants at the end of a word. Not the end of the word. Okay? Right, old. Okay. I have my computer, I didn't have to, but I'm going to erase right now. Start at the beginning. What's the first sound? Class. Why did the O say O? O may say O, followed by two consonants at the end of a one-syllable base word. And until they can say it, it's not there yet. You're going to have to keep calling them one at a time. You certainly aren't going to be able to say it any better than you just did. You know, the first time through. But that's what we want them to be able to have that information themselves. That's a new spelling rule, boys and girls. That's rule 19. Write rule 19 next to it to explain why that O said O. I won't underline it. If I underline it, I would be saying, O, we say O at the end of the syllable. I'm not going to put a 2 over it because that would be saying, I know it says O, but I don't know why. I do know why. The rule tells me, O, we say O, followed by two consonants at the end of the syllable. Okay? Yes?
Explain that again, why you would underline it, I'm so confused with that.
Okay, if you underline the O, the letter O, what does that line say to you? What did it say to you in go?
It said, O may say O at the end of the one-syllable word.
I'm sorry?
O may say O at the end of a one-syllable.
The end of a syllable.
End of a syllable.
It does not have to be a one-syllable word. Tell me the sounds in open. Tell me the syllables. O, pen. The O said O. Is it at the end of a word?
No, it
It's
says
at the end of a syllable. Okay? So this language is very precise. I'm saying what I mean. So take it, write it down, whatever. Take it with you though. Because if you transfer that to it just has to be a one-syllable word, it's not going to work for you. It just has to be at the end of a syllable. In this word, old, is this O at the end of a syllable? No. That's what a line would say, just like it did here. O may say O at the end of a syllable. A may say A at the end of a syllable. That's what the line says. That's what the specific meaning of the line under a single vowel is.
Okay, I was interpreting it as look at the rule to the right. So it's only if
Whereas here, you wouldn't do the underline to look at the rules right, it's just for at the end of the syllable.
At this point, when I say O, I'm trying to find out what happened. If I underline it right then, I'm saying O says O at the end of the syllable, and that's not true. So I'm saying O, followed by two consonants.
So the underline is always associated with rule number 4 for those vowels.
Yes, single vowel, saying your name, if you underline a single vowel, you're saying that single vowel may say its name at the end of the syllable. Okay? Doesn't have to be rule 4 because I am writer. Make it their own. Okay, but basically, yes. Underlining a single vowel tells me that that vowel may say its name at the end of the syllable, and it is rule 4. Okay?
So why don't we underline anything under Rule 19, old?
Because if I underline here, I'm using this marking to say specifically, O may say O at the end of the syllable. It is saying O, but it's not at the end of the syllable. I'm doing nothing because my rule is going to explain it. I see the two consonants, now that's Rule 19. I'm still explaining why the O said O, but the marking isn't parallel to this one. Okay? Yes.
I guess without having an underline, maybe the reason why there's confusion is because how does the children know what Rule 19 is referring to if none of the letters are indicated?
Because they started here and said, oh, you've done it exactly with the way I did, saying that the O saying O, why did it happen? You have to explain to you that it's followed by two consonants. Is that a spelling rule? Yes.
On their spelling tests, Margie, do they write the rule as well in addition to the markings?
No.
Just the
There are
markings?
no markings, no rules on the spelling test.
No markings either?
No.
Oh, okay.
There may be quizzes in between. You can quiz the children to see if they understand what the markings are, but their final test, they're 30 words typically on Friday, whether it's first grade or fifth grade. There are no markings. Okay? That's why there's all this talking in between. Do you understand or not? Read it back to me.
But they do markings for all of their homework, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
That's correct. They study it with the markings. Thank you. They write 10 words with all the markings, but it's like the ones in the book, and they take those words home and they write them again with all the markings, probably 3 times. Okay? But they are not tested on the markings that you do. We're trying to give them another way to remember why the words work the way they do. And again, it's another reason those parents need to have some idea of what's going on. Because if the child is sitting in the other room just copying down the letters and the markings, they really didn't do it at home. They need to be saying aloud, saying the sounds, explaining what those marks do. And if you, especially in the very beginning, you may not want to give that to them. You may want them to do their homework with you every day, so you're convinced that they know how to do their homework. So that when they come home and they have to write the words, they say, well, somebody's going to say this to me. I don't know what these words are. You tell me the word, Mom, so I can write it. And say it sounds aloud. And you're going to have parent meetings, and you're going to tell the parents what to listen for. If the child is sitting in the corner and he's 10 years old and he says, yeah, no more studying, you haven't heard anything, he didn't do his homework. Okay? These words, though, in 5th grade are going to happen. You're not going to give those as assignments. You're going to keep moving in this book. When you get to the words that you're going to be testing, those are going to be written 3 times with all the markings. But this has to be done. The ideas have to be done first. Yes?
So I'm backtracking to a go.
Yes?
Why did we do a go instead of at go?
Because it's at the end of the syllable. I don't expect it to say at. I expect it to say a. Okay? Okay? I'm saying, since the vowel is at the end of the syllable, I can't hear a really good sound. Remember what letter to write. I'm going to say A, because I'm going to think it's A. If it says A, excuse me?
So it's mainly for memorization purposes.
It's to help them learn, yes. If they say A, they should put the gut with it. Like that. Should be leaving the A. A says A. Yes.
This is going back to the word time, and I'm seeing a pattern in bracket, that you have double underline E for, and then a 2 under have, double underline E, and a 3 for charge. Is there a reason why time has one line even though it's silent and there's no number?
Because Mrs. Spalding made it easier for us. We just have to remember line, 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 vowel, consonant, E. It's the only reason. This is her system. It's not mine. Greg's changed it to put those 2 lines in one, which pleases a lot of people, because, you know, okay, you know, I get it. But your children will get it too. This is its first job. This is the one I expect. Just like the first sound, we don't put a mark or a 1 or do anything special. This is his first job, so we're not going to put the 1 in. Okay? Anyway. No, this is good. After old, right, bad, that was not so bad for some. Bad. Everybody should be saying when you're right. Back to the beginning. Good, bad, good, bad. On the next line, right, red. He has red hair. Bad, good. Beginning. Ed. Good. Red. Do I mark Ed? No, it's not the past tense. On the next line, jump up. On the next line, tell me the sounds in ah. I read a book of poetry. What's the first sound you hear? Well, that's because you're saying poet. I said you read a book of poetry. You sound so much more poetry if you read a book of poetry. We're going to write ah, even if you say to your neighbor. We're going to write ah. But what's the next sound that you hear? I do too. I also hear moo. Can I end the word with moo? No. Say moo. Now do the same thing, only don't give it a voice. Blow. Moo in partners throughout the language. We often change F to B. This time we're changing moo. Okay? But they're the same partners all through the language. So when you write this word, boys and girls, you're going to write the first sound, which again was what? Ah. You're going to tell your pencil, right? Ah. On the next, beside it, you're going to tell the pencil what you're writing here. You're going to say, write it. You're going to say, write that letter. Now, to mark this, go back to the beginning again. What's the first sound you hear? Ah. I'm talking about. Ah. What's the next sound you hear? Is this letter supposed to say, is that what we learned in the phonograph part? No. Put 2 lines under it to call attention to the sound that it's saying that is not what we expect it to say. Okay? We're using 2 lines when the letters are silent. We're using 2 lines when the letter is not saying what is expected. We have reached a watershed point. These are the last markings you're ever going to need to learn. I'm not going to tomorrow say, no, we're going to put 3 lines, we're going to put a star, and check mark, and some other things. This is it. All the way through section Z. You get that part. Probably not, but if you get too far, make sure you'll probably get through Y. The markings don't change. 1 line tells me that a vowel is saying its name at the end of a syllable. 1 line tells me it takes more than 1 letter for a phonogram, right? We all know that. 2 lines tell me that the letter is silent, in the case of silent E's. 2 lines tell me that the sound isn't making what I expect. Phonograms don't make any sound what I expect. Right? You know the jobs of silent final E. You know, or those words. I say you know. I know you don't know. But you've got to talk. You know Rule 17 tells you we're not marking anything here because we do have to explain that extra F. You know that Rule 19 tells us that the vowel O or I can say that it's followed by 2 consonants. That's it. There are no nuance. That's it. Okay? I'm real glad we got that to that point. So you don't go, holy moly, what is going on? Okay? That's it at this point. Even as we start out in the endings, the basic Spalding marking doesn't change. There are a lot more rules to learn, there are a lot more ideas to think about, but the basic marks don't change. That's why you have to do this right along with the rest of it. That's why we're going to keep doing words in this list, just to give you more practice with it. Okay? All right. I'm going to let you do some of this on your own, however. So, let's finish this column and write B. I will be later. First sound? E. The E, underline, rule, 4. Okay. Now, I've given you a lot of things to do. Some of it you may have done, you didn't realize you had done it from some of you earlier. Who's that saying? On these assignments. That first group of it says pre-training assignment. If you have an email and you get the attachment to that email, that's what this is. All right? If you haven't, you need to do it, but you don't have to read your email. It's in your book. I just knew you didn't have your books before the training. And if you did read it, you probably feel a little more comfortable than those of you who still don't know how to. Okay? But you still need to know this. I didn't cover everything here by any means, but there's material here that you need to know. Okay? And I'm leaving it up to you to take care of that. You may not get it all done tonight, but I hope you do. In addition to that, tonight, you're going to do the introduction with Mrs. Spalding, the handwriting. It says learn the first 70 phonographs. You can put a line to that, and you have to learn 54. That's all I give you. You have to know the first 54 phonographs. We'll take care of the other 2 phonographs. Or the other 16. You'll still practice your manuscript formation, but that's because you're going to be writing in your pink notebook. The best way for you to write in this pink notebook is if you have somebody around that is able to read the word to you. They don't have to know what the marks mean. To tell you the word, and you try to do it just as we've been doing in class, say the sounds and write. If you don't have someone to help you, that's okay. Get out your phone or whatever recording device you have, and read the words into your phone, and go back and play it back. See if you can listen to it and put it in your notebook, and then later check it with your writing or your reading. The next words that are coming out, you open your book, in the middle of the book, page 254, are the words we've done this afternoon. We've done me, we've gone to the keys, and we've gone after page 257 in this book. All right, so what I'm saying to you if you work together, or if you have somebody at home that can help you, that's the best way to do it. If you say, well, I don't have anybody and I don't have a phone recorder, so I can't do it, you still have to do it. It's just that it's going to be more difficult for you to actually learn it and process it. But you're actually having to listen to the word and process the sentence. Okay? So the information, I've assigned, I'm going to take you all the way as far as we can here, and I assigned you section H. See what you can do. That's an awful lot. Okay? It's like all the way back to 216. I'm going to do a few of them right now. We have 5 minutes. Now, keep going and use your manuscript writing. See how far you can get and see what you can do. But it is a lot of work. However, let's look. I'm going to help you make sure that you are in the right place as you're writing. So at the top of All right. I'm going to read some of the, we'll call them guide words for now, words at the top of the column, so you don't get to the end and left out your columns. Okay? Or you get to, you should be able to match up to what we're doing as we go. So, and I'm going to talk to you about a few of them. Okay, start the next column. I've left out a word. I'm not going to make you go back and erase it. It's my fault. Come to the top of the next column and write the word and. I ate an apple for lunch. And. See your sounds? I want to talk about this word in. Why did I say I ate an apple instead of a apple? You can tell me. The following words are almost. You have been here for a full hour. Would I say you have been here for an hour or an hour? And. Why? What's the first step? You write an hour. Oh my gosh, the language is built on sound. Yeah. It's totally about what the next sound is. There is not a grammar book out there that tells you it's because the next word starts with a vowel sound. It's because, they'll tell you it's because it starts with a vowel. But it's not. He is an honest man. It's the sound that's coming out. It's not the vowel. It's not what it looks like. It's the sound that you hear. Okay, go to the next page. Why do we need to mark it? Is it a? Just like it is in man, tan, okay? Turn the page, and we're now on page 4. Put a 4 at the top. And write pin, same sounds. The next column, write the word are. Are you ready? We've done it. R, E. R, underline, E. 2 lines. What job is that? Five. No job. On the next column, write the word live. There was a live chicken in the room. Live. Tell me sounds. O. At the beginning, O. I, underline, E, underline. E's helping me, I say I. Okay? On the next column, we're going to write the word mother. Tell me the syllables that you write. Put up your fists. You're still my children. Tomorrow you'll become teachers. Mother, tell me the first syllable. We're going to write mod. Mod. I'm not going to write ma because I don't want the O to say O at the end of the syllable. I don't want it to say oo. I want it to say ah. I can't leave it at the end, so I'm going to add oo. And I talk about mommy, mom, ah, is where mother. That's why we say ah. It's the ah, o, oo. And I say, come, mother, I love you. All of those are ah, right? Overpronounce that ah, right? Mod, First syllable, mod. New syllable, leave space for plug letter, back to the beginning, tell me sounds. Underline. I'm not ready for Is it Mosser? Number 2. Underline. Turn the page. And we're on page 5 at the top. And then turn the page. And write C, let me see it. E, underline. Beside C is the second column, write the word to. First sound, to. First sound, to, underline, under. The top of the next page, of the first line, we're going to write a capital H, straight line down and connect. We're starting a new section. Go to the second column, write yes, yes, and as you're doing these, if you get stuck, or if you didn't know why you marked it the way you did, put a little note, we'll talk about it. Turn page 8, write law, the sound, underline, start it right head on sounds, and underline 2, and there are words on this column that I'm expecting you to ask me questions about. And some of these words I put in the middle, I would expect to give you more help. But we are out of time and still we have the information. Like has, I'm the only one I can hear saying sounds. Next column, right men, you know those men. Add, that is page 9. On the next column, page 10, we're going to write apple. 10 syllables, apple. First syllable, apple. New syllable, whole. Why is there an E? What job is that? And beside it, I want you to write sleep. You may not be able to sleep tonight. E. I will be picking up your notebooks tomorrow. So do the best you can to get this done in neat writing that you're trying to impress me with. Do the best writing that you can do in this notebook. And this will be the end of what we do in this pink notebook. I'm trying to push you to this point because I have too many other things that I'll tell you the rest of the day. Thank you for your attention today. Yes? Oh, yes, it's not so look at. Yes, absolutely. Yes, don't bring it in and say, well, I think this is right. Check the book. Just don't copy from the book. You won't learn anything. So if you have somebody to say the words you're writing, you'll start getting it processed better. All right? If you have to copy it, that's another thing. Okay?